It's live, James, please. Thank you very much. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Councillor Anna Bradnam, and I'm the chair of this committee, which is the Joint Development Control Committee. I'd like to welcome you to the meeting taking place at 10 a.m. on Wednesday, the 20th of March, 2024. So, if we can just go through the committee members so we know who is here. So, from Cambridge City Council, we have Councillor Bagent.
That is me.
Thank you. Councillor Flaubert? Not here yet. I think you're going to be slightly late.
I'll borrow. Yeah, apologies, Councillor Flaubert should be here in the next couple of minutes. She's stuck in traffic.
Thank you very much. Councillor Porrer, yourself. Thank you.
Present
Councillor
Chair.
Smith?
Present, Chair.
Thank you. And Councillor Thornborough?
Present.
And we have Councillor Smart as well.
Present.
Thank you. And then from South Cambridgeshire, we have South Cambridgeshire District Council. That is myself, Councillor Bradnam, Councillor Khan.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Garvey.
Present.
Councillor Hawkins.
Good morning, Present Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor John Williams.
Good morning.
Thank you. And Councillor Richard Williams.
Present, Chair.
Thank you so much. So we're quorate in terms of our shared responsibilities. So moving to agenda item 1, we have apologies. We have received apologies from South Cambridgeshire councillors Fane and Stobart, and councillors Garvey and John Williams are attending as alternates. It is noted that when Councillor Flaubert gets here, she'll be able to attend the first part of the meeting and then will be substituted by Councillor Levine. So the officers permanent at the table for this meeting are the delivery manager, Philippa Kelly.
Good morning, everyone.
Thank you. Our legal advisor, Keith Barber.
Good morning.
Thank you. And we have our committee manager, Claire Tunnicliffe, and James Goddard, doing the managing and producing of the streaming of the meeting. Thank you very much. So, copies of the agenda can be found on the City Council's website under Committee Meetings, Minutes and Agendas. Please try to refer to the page and paragraph number if you're referring to a specific paragraph or item. Please can those present in the council chamber note that everything on your desk, including your laptop screen, might be broadcast at some point. The camera does follow the microphone being switched on, so give it a couple of minutes or seconds to catch up, and please raise your hand to indicate your wish to speak. I don't think we have anybody taking part on the meeting on Teams, have we? Okay. Please can members keep their microphones off until you're invited to speak. Thank you. And please could you also make sure that you turn off any mobile phones to silent. The process for consideration of the planning application will be that the planning case officer will present the proposals and give an overview of the key issues as set out in their report. Registered public speakers will be invited to have their say. There will be 3 minutes for those speaking in support and 3 minutes for those speaking against, unless I've advised otherwise. The committee manager will ring a bell at 3 minutes to indicate the time has passed. Public speakers are unable to join in with the councillor debate. The committee will then discuss or debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. At the end of the deliberation, I will ask members to vote on the officer's recommendation by show of hands. So, moving on to agenda item 2, please could council laws advise if they have any declarations of interest and also identify which report their declaration relates to. So, Councillor Bagent.
Chair, I'm a member of Cam Cycle, and it's Katie Thornborough's birthday today.
Sorry? Thank you.
And
Councillor Garvey.
Sorry, Cam Cycle.
Yeah, okay, great. Cam Cycle too. Okay, and Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you, Chair. It's potentially item 6. I'm not sure because we haven't got any papers for it, but I do supervise for Trinity College if they are involved in Cambridge Science Park, but I don't know if they are because there are no papers.
Okay, so if you feel you need to declare that at the time, then do feel free to do so. Thank you. Anybody else with interests? No, right, okay, thank you very much. So agenda item 3 is the minutes of the meetings on the 12th of December, 24th of January and 12th of February have been submitted to this meeting for approval. And I'm going to ask if they can be signed, but I have an issue. Does anybody else have any issues with the minutes? Okay, so taking the 12th of December first, can I confirm that we're happy, if nobody has any items to raise, can I confirm that we're happy to approve those as a true record of the meeting? Agreed? Lovely, thank you very much. And I'll sign those at lunchtime if I may. Then 24th of January, I just had one, which is on page 19 of our agendas. It's at the bottom of the page, and it's in the last section of text, which starts, the principal planner, bear in mind, we're talking about Taylor Vintners at Merlin Place, Milton Road, and it says the location of the crossing place at Carling Road. That's incorrect, it should be Cowley Road. I think it was just misheard. Has anybody got any other issues? No?
So I will be abstaining because I wasn't present at the meeting.
Okay, so Councillor Khan will abstain from that one. And then the third item of minutes is 12th of February 2024. I have no issues. Are you all happy that we record that as a true record? Thank you very much, members. I'll sign those at lunchtime. Right. I will just say, members, absolutely we are committed to a full discussion of the matters in front of us today, but a number of us have commitments both at 12 o'clock and at 4 p.m. So I'm going to try and get through the 2 applications that we have in front of us by 12 o'clock and the whole of the meeting at 4 at the very latest, earlier if we can manage it. So I will be asking both questioners and responses to be given briefly and succinctly, please, by everybody concerned. Thank you. Right, so moving on to item 4 on our agenda, which is 23-03347 REM, land north of Cherry Hinton.
Excuse me, we haven't approved, I think, the February minutes, have we?
I'm sorry, say again.
Have we approved the February
Sorry,
minutes?
you're going to have to speak close to your microphone.
I just wondered, I didn't understand that we'd approved the February minutes. I thought it was only January, but have we done both?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Sorry, this is land north of Cherry Hinton, Coldham's Lane at Cambridge. This is the Reserve Matters application for appearance, landscape, layout and scale for 136 residential units, car parking, cycle parking and landscaping, along with the partial discharge of a number of conditions, pursuant to Outline Planning Permission 180481 OUT as varied by reference 22/01967/S73. And our presenting officer is Yolo Medeiros. The applicant is Bellway Latimer. But Yolo, would you like to take us through the presentation? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, all. This is a Reserve Matters application for what we call the RMA4, one of the parcels for the wider development known as land north of Cherry Hinton, north of Coldham's Lane, this particular parcel. Just a matter of update. The first few bullets will be in the update sheet, but the last 2, which are underlined, are probably new to you, councillors. All
Members, we've received an update sheet and we should have received an email about the updates. I hope you've seen that.
I will go through the main points. There's been a mistake on the accommodation schedule, and we've now concluded that all units meet the minimum nationally described space standards There are no rear window to habitable rooms facing another window as such, where the distances, the back-to-back distances are less than 18 meters. That was another amendment as well. We did receive further comments from the shared waste team, who are satisfied that the review plans are acceptable, following further clarifications from the applicants. And the Active Travel England does not object to the proposals, no longer, after again a few clarifications and a bit more of a background of the outline application and discussions that took place with the Highways Authority. We did recommend an additional condition referring to the time limit of this permission if granted. And the last two bullet points refer to, my mistake, apologies. The recommendation should include the discharge of condition 20.
Councillor, sorry to interrupt, Chair, but Councillor Fulber's just arrived, so do we want to start again? And she won't be able to vote, will she? We've only just started, so...
Except that, do you want? Okay, so Yeli,
That's
sorry,
fine.
would you start again, please? Thank you. Sorry about that.
No problem. This presentation relates to the reserve matters application for appearance, landscape, layout and scale for 136 residential units, parking and landscaping that's associated with those units, along with a partial discharge of several conditions relating to the outline permission granted in 2020 for the wider area known as Len North of Cherry Hinton. There's been an update. So now we've concluded that all units meet the minimum nationally described space standards.
Please, would you take an amendment sheet for Councillor Floberg? Since you're doing all the running for us today, that would be great. Thank you.
No, no rear window to habitable rooms face another window as such, where the distances, the back-to-back distances are less than 18 meters. I'll be detailing this point further in my presentation. We did receive 2 further comments from the Shared Waste team and the Active Travel England team as well, who do not object the proposals, and we've recommending a further condition regarding the time limit for the permission if granted. There's also, these are not in your update sheet. We're now including the discharge of condition 20 in relation to this parcel only, and we're not including condition 30 as it's simply not part of the description of the development, even though Cambridge Airport is satisfied with the proposals as well. In terms of key planning stages to date, as I said, the outline permission was granted in 2020. There's been an amendment to that permission in 2022 when the site-wide design code was approved as well. And following those approvals, a number of reserve matters application, including for infrastructure, the sales and marketing area, which comprise 9 units, which will be used as residential units in the future. The first residential parcel consisting of 351 units, and now the second residential parcel that we call, which we call RMA 4, 436 units. Apologies, let me just turn on my pointer. So we're talking about RMA 4 today, which is this parcel here. This is Codham's Lane. In yellow, it's the RMA 1, the infrastructure reserve matters, covering the whole of the site. This is RMA 2, the 9 units, which are the sales and marketing suite today. And this is in purple, RMA 3 for the 351 residential units. A closer look. This is the primary street as part of the reserve matters number 1, which will be bisecting the site that we're talking about today. This is Codham's Lane, and to the right you would have an existing development, Western Homes, which is here in this closer look as well. To the east as well, you'd have future RMA phases for the wider North of Cherry Hinton site. Again, the primary street and the infrastructure, the landscape infrastructure that is part of RMA 1. And in red, outlined in red, is the subject of this discussion today. That's RMA 4. So it's wholly residential, the parcel. I'll talk a little bit more about the landscaped areas, but this is a neighborhood park, which is proposed with this parcel, and as well as part of the active discovery route and a green finger along the primary street. And in this location here will be the 9 custom-built homes that are proposed as part of this application. Just briefly, I'm sure councillors are aware of the background, but for the parcel RMA 4, there's no community space that is required apart from the green infrastructure, which here is the neighbourhood park. These are key spaces along the primary and secondary street, so basically along the primary street in this case, part of RMA 1, and these will be are expected to be routes where swales as well will be within the landscape. In terms of character areas, the site is within the Parkside Quarter, which is meant to be a green edge along this northern part of Land North of Cherry Hinton, the wider development, and also composed by larger houses and apartment blocks facing onto what we expect to have as green infrastructure, including SUDs, while being served from the rear through mews and terraced streets. In a bit more detail, and this is already part of the design, the detailed design code that's been approved in the past. You would expect that RMA 4 would deliver green corridors, which are these green lines, in dashed lines, cyclist and pedestrian routes, and in yellow and the blue are key corners where you'd expect to see key marker buildings, especially in this corner here, where you would expect to see a group of buildings marking that part of the wider development. This is supposed to be the main entrance for this neighborhood, as they call in the design code. This is the way that the applicants have responded to it. It's basically exactly what is in the design code. These are modal filters, so only pedestrians and cyclists can enter through this side. Cars and other motor vehicles would enter in this entrance from the primary street. And you would have key buildings in the corners. I'll talk a little bit more about this block design in a second. In terms of landscape, as mentioned, this green finger is proposed along the primary street. The neighbourhood park is proposed to be the leafy heart of this neighbourhood, and obviously will be used possibly by adjacent development coming forward. You'd also have a part of the active discovery route, which serves the wider development as well, and links with the cycleway that's proposed along Codham's Lane to be delivered with the development, but falling outside the red line of this application. In terms of the neighbourhood park, with a bit more detail, the idea in the design code is that when designing the spaces, the applicants would consider the living infrastructure. And the idea of the neighbourhood park is to be a green edge. And as I said, is to be a leafy space, and also space for you to meet, to play, and to be in nature. And that should be reflected in the materials, as in our view is. You'll see that all the elements are quite natural, perhaps from more formal cycle parking and some of the pavement. This is a section of the neighbourhood park. You see that the design considers that a more natural approach to the design, a less formal spaces as envisaged by the design code. In terms of the block design, these are views from this Codham's Lane, and this is the primary street entering the neighbourhood and going to the remaining parts of the land north of Cherry Hinton. You'd have the taller elements in the corner and marking some of the entrances, and this is supposed to be already part of that key pinch point location, buildings location, as shown on the design code extract previously presented. Between those taller elements, you have townhouses and maisonettes facing then the primary street, and within that core, a less denser area with mainly two-story houses and in mills and inner streets. This is compliant with the building heights proposed as well on the design code. These are some examples of the house typologies. You see, I'll talk about the coach houses here and also the townhouses. This is what potentially the custom-built houses could look like. You would have a custom-built configurator where future owners could choose not only the typology and the end and location of the plot, but there'll be a choice of facade, energy uplifts, such as PV or battery storage, choice of landscape, finishing, and as well as internal arrangement, where you have the core fixed, but you can move around spaces in all ground, first and second floors, and also you'd have finishes where you can choose from. In terms of the typology of the flats, all of the units, well, including the houses as well, will be dual aspect. And the way that they're proposing to arrange them is having 2 bedroom, 4 persons in one side of the core, and 1 bedroom, 2 persons on the other side of the core, with an element that is lower in height, which will be the 2 bedroom, 4 person maisonettes. The way that they are distributed is on the slide, showing in brown there will be the flats, in pink the houses, and as well as the purple 2 and 3 bedroom houses respectively, and in blue the larger 4 bedroom houses. In this slide also you see the location of the wheelchair homes, which will be meeting M43 requirements as requested. There has been concern regarding the distances, particularly in blocks 2E, 2M, 2G, and 2H, which instead of 18 are 15 meters back-to-back distances. The way that the applicant have worked that shorter distance is that you'd have openings along the townhouses, that's the rear of the townhouses, upon my apologies, facing the rear of the coach houses, which would be basically blank facades, or with openings serving bathrooms where the windows would be opaque. This is recommended to be secured by condition, or sidewalls or terraces, which will be blank as well. This is a section just to further explain this relationship. So these are where you have windows to the rear of the unit serving habitable rooms, and on the other side, immediately in front of them, you'd have blank walls or windows serving stairs or bathrooms. This is throughout the blocks I mentioned, to E, to M, to G, and to H. And from the design code, there is room for that arrangement. These are the exact words from the design code, and it's saying that you can have shorter back-to-back distances, as long as this is justified by careful building design, which in my view is the case. I've arranged, it's a bit of a different slide, but I've tried to arrange the first floor plan of all units, and as an example, this is block 2E. I have this arrangement for all blocks that I've mentioned, and I can go through them if required. But as you see, this is the first floor plan for all these units in Block 2E, where you have windows to a bedroom. On the other side, you have, this is the first floor plan for this unit, this one for this unit, this drawing is for this unit, and this other end is of this unit here. So you see that the terraces have blank walls facing, therefore, the other rear wall on the other end of the block. And you'd have, again, blank wall here and window serving bathroom and stairs. The same is happens on the other blocks that I've mentioned. So again, windows and facing blank walls on the other end. I can come back to this if required.
That's very helpful.
In terms of tenure mix, in blue, you're viewing the private units. As I said, these are the custom-built units as part of the private offer. In yellow, they are the rented units as part of the affordable housing provision, as well as in pink, the shared ownership accommodation. This is a row of private units separating, therefore, two of the groupings of affordable housing to avoid too large clustering. In terms of adoption, in pink, although outside the red line, just to illustrate, in pink are the spaces that are going to be offered for adoption by the Highways Authority. And then there's a connection with the internal loop, which again is also to be offered to the Highways Authority. In green are the areas to be offered to the City Council. I forgot to say, my apologies, that this site is wholly within Cambridge City boundaries. And in yellow, it's the management company, so that these areas will remain private and will be managed privately as well. That internal loop, which is going to be adopted, will be used for servicing and refuse, as well as this stretch here on the northern part of the site. There was a query from the waste team initially in terms of dragging distances. And there's a bin location point here, so the refuse vehicle will have to reverse, but not more than 12 meters. That residents will have to drag their bins to the location, and there'll be a dragging distance for the waste collector for a lot less than 25 meters in that sense. Images, just to finalize the presentation. This is a view of the entrance of the primary street and the taller elements as mentioned, which are grouped with townhouses and maisonettes. These potentially could look like the custom-built units, and view of the internal street, one of the internal streets. To conclude, we are of the view that the proposals are compliant to the outline in the design code. I won't mention the points but it's part of the update as well. Of course, provided that there are resubmission of non-discharged OLITE conditions, which will be two as listed late in this presentation. We are of the view that the proposal provides high-quality living environment for future residents as envisaged by policies and the design code. There'll be provision of open spaces and active travel infrastructure. There'll be provision of custom-built homes and housing size and tenure mix which are meeting the demand as stated by the housing officer as well. There'll be biodiversity net gain and elements of sustainable construction, including air source heating pumps, EV charging points, and the fact that they were designed to be, 100% of the units were designed to be dual aspect units. On this basis, our recommendations for approval and subject to the conditions and informatives set out in the report, with authority delegated to officers to carry through minor amendments to those conditions and informative. prior to the issuing of the planning permission, and also to approve and refuse partial discharge of the following conditions in relation to the outline permission. So in this list, as you can see, condition 20 was included, and we are recommending that it is approved, and condition 30 is being removed from that list. These are the conditions for the to be discharged, part discharged in relation to the parcel RMA 4 and the outline permission. We are adding these conditions to our recommendation and including the condition 1 regarding time limit. This is the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much, Yole, and thank you for the work that you've done to make those back-to-back distances understandable for everybody, so thank you so much. We now turn to our public speakers from Bellway Latimer, and I think David Fletcher will be starting off as the agent for Bellway.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'm pleased to be back at Planning Committee for the next phase of land to the north of Cherry Hinton. I think it was very near to a year ago where we obtained consent for our first phase, and if any members have been to site since planning consent was granted last year, you will have seen we've made substantial progress on site. We're in the phase of building out that first reserve matters consent, and at the back end of last year I was pleased to confirm we completed our sales and marketing arena. Following the launch of sales on the site, I'm very pleased to say sales have gone very well on the site, and we believe that's testament to the high quality of the scheme that was granted consent last year. As with previous phases, the proposals before you today have been subject to a very long and detailed period of engagement with your officers. We've also sought to take on board comments from members at Joint Development Control Committee. Again, we remember a year ago a clear request from members for all units to meet dual aspect going forward. I'm pleased to say we've managed to achieve that on this phase. As you've already heard from the planning officer, all units are 100% NDSS compliant, and we've sought to maintain the highest standards in terms of energy efficiency. Members might note from paragraph 20.2 of the Planning Committee report that all dwellings achieve between a 64% to 67% reduction in emissions when compared against Part L of the building regulations. As members will be aware, this is substantially above the local plan requirements. Again, as you've heard from officers, overlooking has been carefully considered, and all dwellings comply with a design code requirement to achieve an 80-metre back-to-back distance where rear windows face onto habitable rooms. I won't expand any further on that point because I believe the officer has covered that in detail in her presentation. Again, as you've heard from officers, this phase of the development includes 9 custom-built homes, which fully accord with the principles set out within the approved design code. Customers will have the choice of a number of different facades, internal layouts, and also a range of potential upgrades that they may or may not want to have to each custom-built unit. We're excited to deliver these 9 units on site, and we see this very much as a template, both for future phases in our development, but also for potentially other developments with custom-built units coming forward within the city. In terms of management and maintenance, again, as you've heard, the intention is for the City Council to take on the open spaces and the key landscape areas in the site, which we believe is a substantial benefit of our scheme and will mean that management charges for residents within land to the north of Cherry Hinton will be substantially lower than what we've seen in other developments coming forward in and around the city. I hope members will endorse the recommendation put forward by officers, and we look forward to continuing with constructing this site. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Very much appreciate your comments. So I'm going to start off with one, and then we'll come to questions from members. I just wanted to ask, could you just clarify the management of the public realm? Obviously, Yolo mentioned in her presentation, it's wholly within the footprint of the city, but there will be a management company to look after the bits that are not going to be adopted. Is that as we understand it? Yep. Sorry. David, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, so we've had very detailed discussions with the City Council's open space and management team, and what we've agreed with them is all of the larger principal areas of open space, drainage, they'll take the management of. There's very small areas really of just private drives where there will be a management company for. Obviously with private drives, actually the maintenance and management with private drives once they're in is very low. So whereas there will be a management company on the site, the actual charges associated with that are extremely minimal and are just for the private drives and management of, say, you know, sort of maintenance of apartment buildings.
So all of the main roads and street lighting will fall to the county council, city council once it's adopted?
Yeah, correct. So main roads, anything that's adopted will fall to the county council. All other principal areas of open space, landscaping will be with city council, including drainage.
Thank you very much for that clarification. So, members, I can see Councillor Smart, Councillor John Williams and Councillor Porrer so far.
Thanks, Chair. So first question, a bit of an unusual one, but why is it here? So just on a practical level, it seems like a very good scheme. But in terms of reference, I'm not quite sure why we're considering this item. It seems like it's one that could have been done under delegated authority. There are no objections to the scheme. But I'm not quite sure about that because I normally sit on planning committee. That's my big thing, not here. Anyway, so no third-party representations, no objections, consultees, no objection, occasionally no comment. So that's that. Assuming it is here, which it is, the 18 metres distance to habitable rooms was a surprise to me because I thought there wasn't an actual figure given to that as being acceptable all the way along. It's always been a case-by-case basis, but that's interesting. Perhaps officers could explain that. The cycle and pedestrian routes, are they shared or segregated? I hope segregated. In 16.1, it suggests that the affordable housing number could be down to 35%. So that's reference to other sites, I guess, feeding into this site, but surely they must know what they're building and where they're building it, so we should know that. What's the percentage BNG, biodiversity net gain? David said NDSS, I presume he means National Described Space Standards, so there's no chart in the report on that. So is that correct, what David said? And just finally, the only concern I'd have is when we look at smaller schemes, we get into the real detail of whether cycles are parked close to the front door, that kind of thing. On these schemes, it's more difficult to see those sort of details sometimes, and we could let that go, whereas not in other schemes into that. So hopefully all those things are good as well. That's my final
That's
point.
great, thank you. Let's start off with that. Can I answer the first one? The reason it's here is on the front page of the agenda, page 29. The reason it's being presented to the committee is the application is a reserved matters application for 100 or more residential units, so it's of a greater, wider concern. But over to Yole for the other questions, starting with 18-metre back-to-back. I would say 18 metres is something I'm familiar with, but Yole, do you want to take that forward?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The 18 metres is actually a requirement for the approved design code. It was approved in 2022, and it only refers to rear windows serving habitable rooms. And in terms of the segregated, I'll just use the slide that I'm in. So the routes, the cycle routes will be segregated in this route that I'm pointing at the moment. And then this will be a cycleway, also segregated from motor vehicle movements. In terms of NDSS, yes, it refers to the nationally described space standards, and indeed all units meet the minimum GIA, gross internal area. The details of cycle parking were I've seen in Cambridge so far. Apologies, we never know how much information we should be bringing to the presentation, but there is space within the garages individually. Of course, in blocks of flats as well, there's a specific storage for cycle parking. But all the plans, when they are specific to the blocks, they do show not only the cycle parking spaces, but also the bin spaces and where they're going to be dragged into, which I found quite interesting. And yes, they do meet a good quality and the standards as well.
The only other one was percentage biodiversity net gain, and there was another question in between that I didn't quite catch, but Councillor Smart asked, what is the percentage biodiversity net gain?
I'll have to go back to the report on that. There's a difference method of considering net gain. It was envisaged a sort of a point measurement to this parcel around 116, and it's going above that figure. So actually, for the whole of the development is this figure, and this parcel only is going above that number. But it's not the way that it's currently measured. And we've discussed that with the applicants and the ecology officer, and it's been accepted as such.
Thank you. And the other point, Councillor Smart, about, if you look on page 57, the Cambridge Quality Panel commented on the fact that bike storage locations have been carefully considered to ensure that bike parking is situated in very convenient locations and given priority over the motor car. I hope, does that answer the concerns?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thanks very much. The only other thing was 16.1, 35% affordable housing was suggested as a possibility, I believe, unless I've misunderstood. Is that, do you want to say anything about that?
Yes, I believe I forgot to mention during the presentation, apologise for that. It's been accepted by the housing officer. In parallel to this application, there's been a change to RMA 3, changing the number and the tenure, increasing the provision on that parcel to balance out with this parcel as well. So not only the number, the percentage, but also the mix in tenure and size has been accepted by the housing officer as well.
That's fine. Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Smart, can I come on to some other questions? Very quickly.
It might be useful just to say it now while we're on the subject. I mean, are you saying that the applicant is going to build 35% as opposed to policy, which is 40% affordable housing? And you're saying that's acceptable, but we're the decision makers here, aren't we?
It says in our agenda, there is a surplus, sorry. The section 6106 makes provision for the number of affordable units within a residential reserve matters area to be more than 40%, up to 45, and where there is a surplus above 45 from previously approved schemes, be less than 40%, but not less than 35. So it looks to me as if we're going to get more than 35.
Indeed, it's across the development, and it's 60.25 in this case, which is slightly above, or rounded up to 60 if you like.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move on to Councillor John Williams and then Councillor Porro.
Thank you, Chair. I've got two questions. First one concerns paragraph 15.34, which draws attention to the fact that open spaces will be offered for adoption to the City Council. Is this going to be applied across the development in due course? Because in normal practice in South Cambridgeshire is for either the parish council or for a land management company to take on that responsibility, not for the district council. So obviously I would like to see uniformity across the whole development rather than have half the development looked after by the city and the other half the development looked after some other way. My other question is on paragraph 19.4, which concerns condition 45, car parking. How can we discharge that condition without accepting or approving condition 55, which is EV charging points? And in paragraph 17.13, we say that we have not been given details of the type and location of EV charging points, and yet in paragraph 19.4, which deals with EV charging points, we say we're happy that that EV charging points will be provided in the car parking spaces. So what I'm saying is, how can you say that without knowing that what sort of car park, what sort of EV charging points you're going to have and where they're going to be.
Councillor Williams, thank you very much. Can you just clarify, was it 15.4, the back reference?
The 19.4 concerns
Yeah.
condition 45, which is car parking, and 17.13 concerns condition 55. And then for the adoption of open spaces, it's referred to in paragraph 15.34.
Splendid, thank you very much indeed. So we've got all those references. So, Yola, do you want to?
So I believe it's the intention that the main roads are offered for adoption to the Highways Authority across the north of Cherry Hinton. But obviously, this is something that we will see as the reserve matters applications come forward. My understanding is also the public open spaces and the landscaped areas will be offered for adoption to the relevant local authority.
If I could come in, if I may, on a point of clarification. So the majority of the overall North of Cherry Hinton site falls within the City Council administrative boundary, but you've correctly observed that part of it falls within South Cambridge District Council. The approach that we are looking to take is that the open spaces will be offered for adoption to the City Council, who has confirmed an intention in principle to take on those spaces. So there's been a lot of work and dialogue between the developer team and the city's open space team to agree the principles for taking on those sites. So it's not the expectation that it will be a fragmented approach to open space management. It will be done collectively by the City Council, even where those sites fall within the district's admin boundary. Thank you.
Thank you, that's very helpful. And were you able to comment on the apparent anomaly between condition 55 and the comment about car parking and provision of EV?
I do, Chair. They actually deal with different elements of the proposal. And I think it's important to say there's been a site-wide EV charging strategy that's been approved as well. So what is missing here from this application is details of the infrastructure to this application. But in terms of location, all units will be served with charging points.
I hope that answers the question. But just before I come to Councillor Khan, I've got Councillor Porra. Thank you, and then I'll come to you, Councillor Khan.
Thank you, Chair. I think I've been on committee for this for quite a long time, and I would like to say well done to the developers for the fact that you have listened to so much that we've said, so the dual aspect particularly. The more of the roads are adopted now. It's a shame they're not all, but I do appreciate highways don't always want to pick up some of the smaller ones. And the lower management charges. Again, I still have concerns about non-adopted things, so I would urge the developer to make sure their management company is fair. But I do want to say thank you for those, because they are big changes that you didn't necessarily have to make, but this will improve the living conditions for residents. We do still have some affordable homes on non-adopted roads. Again, I think that just comes back to my point. I don't think it's a reason to reject this, but it'd be very important that that is, you know, the management charges are not huge. I know we're not having green roofs for obvious reasons because you're right next to the airport. I would hope we're looking at some future proofing so that when the airport does eventually potentially move away, people may be able to then retrofit those. I don't know. I know that, again, it's just something to bear in mind about in terms of how the structure's built. Could we add to the informative about letterboxes being 0.7 high, that they also need to be accessible from the street? Praise in our mind at election times, we know that, but it's actually really important for residents because otherwise everyone in flat 1 just gets their buzzer buzzed every time a delivery or whatever turns up. So if we could have outside letterboxes as per our policy, could that just be added to the informative if the officer would accept that? And finally, the coach houses, are they the ones that weren't N42 compliant, or was that a different site? Could I just check? I know we did have some coach houses, and I'm afraid I can't remember if it was north of Cherry Hinton or a different site, so I just wanted to check that. And I think other members have covered my other points, but thank you.
Sorry, while you're thinking about retrofitting of roofs, I was also concerned that when the airport use ceases, is it possible to retrofit some of the windows which were currently fixed closed with mechanical ventilation? Is it going to be possible to retrofit those so that they can be openable when there's no longer an airport there.
I'm not sure I'm able to respond to this later one, but any changes to windows, we are recommending as part of this application that the permitted developments, I'm assuming it's for new openings, they'll have to come for an application to apply for permission with us. But I believe if the changes relate only to the frame and the type of windows, that wouldn't be necessary. That's my view. In terms of the letterboxes, I think it's noted. I don't see any issue why we wouldn't add that to the recommendation. And yes, the coach houses are the ones meeting M4 requirements as well. I'm not sure if I forgot any
I
other
think that
questions.
was all, something about green roofs being, I thought that's quite ambitious, isn't it? But any thoughts about green roofs being retrofittable?
There's nothing in the submission that could guarantee that, but I think it's something that the developers could note for the future as well. And yes, indeed, the green roofs were ruled out because of the current operation of the airport.
Thank you. So I'm going to come back to Councillor Khan. Sorry, Councillor Khan, can you put your mic on?
Sorry, begging pardon, come back again. In terms of the privately maintained roads with the management company, is there going to be any street lighting on those roads? Because I know from experience in Orchard Park that it's a particularly difficult problem with management companies to get the street lighting maintained, the lights replaced. That's a regular thing. They tend to not have to be done relatively regularly, and they're not geared up to basically doing it. Whereas adopted roads, it's all a standard process. And if not, are there going to be any lights on the adopted road which will cover those private roads? That would be obviously a preferable solution. So I just wondered about how that's going to be managed. And secondly, it's just a query. When I was recently visiting my brother in London, I noticed that there were street lights there had electric car charging points in them, in the pillars. So the pillars were placed close to the road rather than further back. I just wonder whether that had been considered as a facility for visitors or for other people. I think it was a particularly ingenious idea, but obviously that's not something one could impose. I just wondered.
Thank you. Let's ask the question.
So in fact, the reason why we're not discharging the EV condition at this stage is because we need to see more details of the infrastructure for this parcel potentially. So I suppose the developers could take note of the suggestion and consider those as well. In terms of the lighting to those privately managed areas, there will be lighting to those areas. I think they would be too dark if that was not the case. But there's also a condition that we are recommending is imposed to this reserve matters if approved, that more details of that lighting comes forward for wildlife protection reasons as well as for security reasons as well. So we can take a look, but unfortunately the costs, for example, is not something that we consider with the planning application at the moment.
Could we ask then, this is from experience from other areas, could we ask if that street lighting is on privately adopted area, privately owned bits of road, could we ask that the street lights are identified with a number on each street lamp so that when a light goes out, people can easily identify which one it is that they need to get repaired? And also, elsewhere, it's really useful to have a declaration of who the management company is for particular areas, so that if other people see a problem who don't actually live there and haven't got a management document, they can report also that there's a drain that's blocked or a street light that's out. Really helpful, thank you. That exists in Harvey Way in Waterbeach. The management company is declared rather confusingly with a name that's rather close to the road name. But Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Dr. Timmy Hawkins.
Thank you. That's if nobody else was before me. Okay, just still on the lighting. I notice condition 61 is not being approved, contrary to paragraph 1712 on page 64, which says that enough information has been provided to discharge it. perhaps we can have some clarification on that, please. Also, if we go to page 44, paragraph 6.50, talks about the rear boundary wall for house types in block 2C, facing what seems to be a relatively high solid blank edge wall, which is a concern of the urban design team. Perhaps we can see what that looks like, please. And just a comment to the developers to say thank you very much for bringing this forward in the way that you've done and for listening to the request. I wish other developers would at least bring something like this forward so that our work is easier.
Thank you very much. So street lighting and the boundary wall at 6.50.
I'll begin through from the latest. I'm just trying to put up the drawing. If you give me.
Somewhere I read that the concerns about that had been withdrawn because the height of the wall had been reduced a bit. Can't remember where I read it, but
Precisely, Chair. Sorry, I'll just try to put up the drawing again. So this is the rear wall to the custom building house.
they're not seeing your
Yeah,
presentation
I
yellow
am
just yet.
putting up a drawing
Okay.
as part of the pack, applications pack. So hopefully, my apologies. So these are the custom build houses. The concern was relating to the height of the wall and the fact that you have throughout the rear of all 9 units. So the proposal was for reduction to 1.4 meters high. The SKU by design team suggested 1.5, which is the height that we've agreed with. But you have a 30 centimeters hit and miss brickwork, so you can allow for some visual contact as well. So you have effectively 1.2 meters height, which will be blank in that sense.
I think this gives onto parking area, doesn't it?
Yes, and some landscaping as well.
In the drawing on the right of this slide, I think it shows where that wall would be. If you go slide to the right.
I'm sorry, I'm directly on the drawing. I'll have to-
No, but if on the right-hand side of the slide, there was a depiction of the location of it.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Sorry, it was a teeny weeny, there you are. Yes.
Yeah, so
It's the bit, yes, it's the bit.
it's the view from the rear of
So
these houses.
It's access to a publicly accessible area, so.
Yes, so this will be,
concern was about the security of these self-built houses. Okay, can I
Sorry, I
just
hope
check,
this is
just before,
answered. No.
and the street lighting? Yep, exactly. And then
Yes.
I've got Councillor Thornborough, and then I've got Councillor Smith and Councillor Richard Williams.
can I just please have the number of the
Oh,
paragraphs again?
for the street lighting?
Yes, the street lighting. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
1712.
Relating to condition 61. Sorry, what was the particular concern, Councillor Hawkins? Councillor Hawkins, you need to stick your microphone on. Thank you. Thanks.
Sorry. Environmental officers have stated that the strategy submitted is acceptable in terms of the outline approach. And the condition can be discharged, but it's not being discharged, not in the list. In the list, it says not approved.
Because I see what you mean. The list on the front of the application starts at number 10. It doesn't start at 8. And I'm sure there's a list elsewhere that Yolo has provided us with.
It specifically says the lighting design standards and the obtrusive light limitations that will be
I think
specified are
it's
acceptable.
because further information and assessment, however, will be required for the detailed lighting design. So I think that's why 8 isn't being discharged just yet.
No, 61 is not being discharged. I'm sorry, if you go back to the list,
No, I was talking about 8. Sorry, you're talking about 61.
I'm talking about 61.
Okay.
It says not approved.
Okay. '61 is on page 75 in the table. And it's not being approved. Okay. So, Yolo, do you want to?
It's really just different levels of information. Apologies for the confusion. So there's not enough information provided so that we could fully discharge condition 61 in relation to RMA 4. And there's another level of information that will be required in relation to the site as well. Hence the recommendation for a further condition in terms of artificial lighting. So I think the paragraph, I think the confusion is on the paragraph that led to the belief that it could be discharged where it cannot. Apologies for that.
Thank you for that explanation, and thank you for being careful and not discharging things that you're not happy with yet. So I've got Councillor Thornborough, then Richard Williams, Councillor Richard Williams.
I've got sort of, one of my queries is really to do with the active travel and the shared spaces. And one of the things I find where we get this kind of area being handed over, for it, like in South Trumpington, there are small things that really make a difference to the success of the public spaces. So, for example, benches where we're providing for walking routes into the existing homes and centre, a lack of benches. We're always having to apply for funding for benches when the schemes are finished. So it should be part of the design, I think. And things as simple as waste bins in the public domain, and particularly where dogs walkers might go. And are there any bus stops? Where are the bus stops? And what do the bus stops look like? I mean, can you stop under cover? Can you sit and wait? And the other thing that is really affecting all of us now is where can delivery vans pull up when you get all these online deliveries? Are there points where people can, like we have springing up around the city, are there delivery points where if you're not at home, you can ask that they're delivered to a community centre or these secure boxes? I think these are small things, but they make such a difference to the success of the place. And then also public and visitor cycle parking. I noticed on you did the park, there was a small kind of the park that you focused in. There were 3 benches there, and there was some Sheffield stands for people coming to the park. But I think these are really important throughout the whole of the space. And we don't, the detail of that wasn't provided. I don't know if that is being picked up on the landscape, the detailed landscaping, but those are really, really important, I think. Well, another thing is and again, it might not be, I'm really concerned where we have dark timber cladding, external dark timber cladding. And again, in South Trumpington, there was, because of the heat, the expansion of the cladding caused real problems with the quality and the maintenance that was required. And I think we should be moving away from dark materials with the heat that we're getting every summer. I think we should be really focusing on what happens to those external materials in the hot weather that we're getting, and either go to kind of some like an Eternit board that doesn't move, and something lighter. These are all commentary. The custom homes, in my opinion, the custom homes are not really custom homes. I think in this case, it's a way to meet the planning requirement for customs homes, but I don't think, in my opinion, we need to be doing much more for custom build and allowing people to have really the homes that they design specifically for them. But that's just a comment because we are where we are. But so finally, the back-to-back 18 metres, can you absolutely confirm, again, that we do not lose the cross ventilation of those? Because you're talking, these are, yeah, I know that there was 100% cross ventilation, and we don't want single aspect homes, but then there's this 18 metre back-to-back, and there's some closed windows or some blank walls now. And is it absolutely that those homes on either side are not detrimentally affected by a lack of cross ventilation? Thanks.
Yes, I absolutely agree, and that was a question I was going to ask too, but I'll help you go through those questions. But the first one was active travel. Have you got benches, waste bins, stop bins?
Yes, we don't have waste bins specified on the drawings as far as I could identify, but we do have benches, not only in the neighbourhood park, but also along the green finger, which is meant to be a space for contemplation as well, nature. The Public and Open Spaces team have seen the specifications for the furniture, and they've agreed that they are acceptable at this stage, as well as the landscape officer as well. Also, there are no specific delivery points. This is a relatively small parcel of the wider area, but I note the comment, and I think the developers could note as well for especially the local centre spaces where we have more mixed use as well, and you possibly need to reserve spaces for several users, isn't it? In terms of cycle parking, as I mentioned previously, I'm not sure if that responds your query, Councillor, but they have been designed in the spaces for the houses as well, and there is space. All the plans have got both spaces for visitor parking, but also for the use of the residential units as well, for their residents. I do note the dark timber cladding. Unfortunately, that's something I haven't realised, but we could note potentially in future assessments whether the orientation of those finishes could be towards, for example, north-facing and avoid heating. But in terms of overheating, there's a specific condition on the outline which we are recommending is discharged at this point, referring to analysis of overheating. So I'm assuming this is part of this analysis, quite technical work, but the sustainability officer was satisfied that this was met and the condition could be discharged in relation to RMA 4. I note on the custom build houses, there's been a lot of work between the developers and the urban design team as well to not only understand what could be customized, but also how within the process and with planners we could make sure that they would have the option and that would come forward for us to actually acknowledge that it's in line with what's been previously discussed. So there's a condition recommended on that sense. In terms of the cross ventilation, so all units will be dual aspect, not all of them will be opposite walls, but it could be side walls, or as is the case for some of the flats, and for the coach houses, which will have the blank one, potentially could have one of the blank, or one of the walls, blank at first floor level only in that sense. And when there is, they are 2-storey height, and they will be roof openings as well.
Thank you. Right. The other thing when we're thinking about, good to hear there's visitors parking for bicycles at the homes, but also space for any scooters that might arrive would be useful. But anyway, Richard Williams and then Councillor Smith. Oh, yep, sorry, I wasn't sure if you wanted to go last, but that's fine, sorry. Councillor Smith.
So, can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Thank you. I'd like to join in with other members of the committee to thank the applicant for being so thorough. It's exceptional, actually, what you do, and I think it's very attractive when you come to us and say that you listened to what we said last time and we've addressed those issues that you've raised. I have to say, when house builders don't do this, pay so much attention to reserve matters applications, it's a nightmare for the officers, and it makes our life very difficult too. And as a result of that work you've done, I haven't heard any material planning issues that would mean that we could not, we would refuse this planning application. So, you yield the reward of the work that you've put in, and I can't thank you enough for what you've done. So a number of the issues that have been raised are about the livability of the development, and I hope you're finding the comments that members are making helpful, because they do reflect the lived experience of the people who live on the estates in their wards. And I'd just like to sort of say, repeat some of them, because I've got them on my list of things to say as well. Letterbox height is really important. It actually crucifies postmen's backs if the letterboxes are actually right on the ground floor. And I think we owe it to our posters to enable them to be able to post the letters at a reasonable height. Posts for parcels and delivery points, absolutely, it's part of now modern life. I've got one extra point though, which no one else has raised, which is putting your benches in parks under shade, because we're going to get higher and higher temperatures, and this is the place where people want to sit in our parks. I did have the same issue about through ventilation. I think it's part F of the 20. That's for overheating, but there's one for ventilation too. So it's not necessarily about overheating. There's regulation about ventilation. I thought there was a through room, living room, kitchen that only was single aspect, and I was concerned that actually you could have an opening in the kitchen end, ventilation, that you wouldn't necessarily be able to see through. So that was just that minor point of detail on that particular thing, which we've all been concerned about in respect of these back-to-back distances. Again, on external materials, this is about the heat island effect, and there's some recent research which shows the choice of materials actually means that heat is retained and it builds up during long periods of hot weather, and the choice of materials is actually very instrumental in the impact you get from that heat island effect. And lastly, and I've made this point to you before, is this triangle between, in estate management, between the freeholder, who's the client, who collects all the money from the leaseholders, and the estate management provider, which leaves the end customer, the leaseholder, who pays the money without any agency or any leverage or accountability from the estate management provider. And this is the source of the problem, because the freeholder has got lots of freeholds and isn't really on the detail, but it's the people who pay the money are on the detail and are concerned about the service performance of the estate management provider, who in turn has got hundreds of estates to look after. And that's the problem. That's why there's so much dissatisfaction with these service charges, because customers, the paying customer, doesn't see they're getting value for money, and they don't have any route to make the estate management provider accountable to them. So I think if you can think about a better model than that, you will get a much better, you yourselves as a house builder will get a much better customer response. And I think it's actually a selling proposition for you to work on. It's got nothing to do with planning.
In an existing Bellway development in my village, there is a requirement for residents to be directors on the management company. So I'm hoping that is the model that you'll be using here. because then they get some say in how their money is spent. Did you want to respond in any way to any of the... I think Councillor Smith has reinforced many of the things that have been said by others, so if you'll forgive me, I think we'll move on, if that's okay. Thank you. Last question, and please could we make it very quick, Councillor Richard Williams.
I will make it quick, Chair, because most of my points have been dealt with by other people. I just wanted to go back briefly to the distance between those two blocks. It's 2E, G and H. So it's paragraph 17.6, 17.7. Well, I am quite concerned that the way the distance is being dealt with is through, blank walls and various other measures that are actually going to significantly impact on the amenity of the people who actually live there, all because the houses are too close together. And from the plan we were shown, it looked like it was a 3-storey overlooking a 2-storey. So what consideration has been given to the amenity of the people living there? Because I do slightly worry. And just a general comment, Chair, and then my last contribution. I will say I do have some concerns about the design of this overall. There's a lot of sort of austere brick, fairly featureless facades, actually. And this doesn't say anything, this doesn't say Cambridge to me. This says the sort of housing development you could get, frankly, anywhere. And I think it's a reality check for people online who are showing AI-generated visions of what the wonderful new Cambridge would look like. This is what we really get. But I don't think that's necessarily a reason to refuse, but I think it's a very austere and bland design generally.
Thank you very much. I think those are really comments, aren't they? And they'll
Apart
be
from
taken
the
into account.
distance and the amenity of the residents.
Okay, so sorry, could you... I was also concerned that we should have blank walls. Please, could they have some ventilation in them, some light, even if they was for high-level windows? But do you want to respond to that?
I have put the slide again on the wall, up. Sorry, I'm just trying to... So the blank walls will basically be adjacent to stairs, to non-habitable rooms, as we call them. So the bedrooms themselves will have openings as well as the living rooms. As in this case here is one of the coach houses, you'd have the dual aspect here, opening to the side terrace, as is the case here. But unfortunately, one of the conditions we are recommending is that new windows should come forward for us to apply for permission instead of being permitted directly. This is to avoid any issues with overlooking in the future, but technically, I don't see a reason why there couldn't be windows, as well as as long as they are opaque windows and not serving habitable rooms within that 15 meters distance, and then it would be allowed, having looked at the design code requirements, for example.
Thank you, Yole. Right, I'm not going to take any more questions after the following ones, which are John Williams and Councillor Bagent.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Sorry for prolonging this, but something that's just I've just realised come to light on the primary road. Where are you proposing the bus stops, the future bus stops? Because that road will be used by a bus service that will run through the development. But I can't see on your plan where you've made provision for bus stopping places.
Thank you. Could we respond to that?
I'm not aware there'll be any bus stops in the parcel.
Not planning any bus stops in the parcel.
Maybe.
So from recollection, the bus stop provision would have been included in earlier reserved metals parcels. I'm looking over at the developers now, hoping they're going to nod their heads. Yes, so it's not applicable to this particular phase of the development.
No, I appreciate that it's outside the red line, but on the plan they've given us, there is no sign of any bus stops being provided for on the primary road. I'm just asking, where are the bus stops?
I believe also there is a condition in the outline permission that does require the details, the locations of the bus stops to be submitted and signed off for approval. So I think that would offer you the reassurance that that would be an additional detail that the developer would need to provide that information for sign-off by the local planning authority before implementation.
Can we just ask to ensure that they're, I mean, I think the concern is that given if you're coming from Cambridge, you want to be able to get off a bus here and go to your home, or indeed the other way, catch a bus. So can we just seek clarification, maybe informally, that there is a bus stop somewhere near the beginning of this, near the junction with Coldham's Lane? Just even if it's just for information to members?
Point of information, Chair, that there is a bus stop, but unfortunately it will be there is a bus stop currently, but it's where the junction is, so it will be removed.
If I can clarify, so details of bus stops was a requirement of the outline planning permissions, and I believe that information would have already been submitted for discharge because it was an early trigger, so it was a no development shall commence until we've received that information. So we would have sought confirmation, we would have consulted the Highways Authority to ensure that the locations and that detail of the bus stops was acceptable. We can certainly revisit that and share that information.
Yes, I think that would be
outside
helpful.
of this forum.
For my money, it looks to me on our plan, where you can see the red line plan, there is a crossing indicated across Coldham's Lane, and I imagine the bus, it's in order to serve the westbound bus stop, so that people who wanted to get off. So
Yeah,
can we
it's
seek clarification on that?
Chair, the bus won't actually be going along Coldham's Lane when it eventually goes through the estate. So it needs to be on the primary road, and there's no indication of any bus stops on the primary road. I appreciate this
Can
is
I ask-
outside
Absolutely.
what we talked about this morning, but however,
Understand the need.
I would have liked to have seen it on the plan if it's been approved.
Philippa, can we ask for clarification on that? We can follow that one. Agent.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really pleased about the cycle parking and the way we listened to what we've requested and followed the sort of the current ideas on cycle parking. I think that's really good. I have a reservation about unadopted roads with affordable housing. I'm not sure to go hand in hand, and I really would like to hear a little bit more about what's going to protect somewhat more vulnerable tenants who don't have any choice if they're given a council home or a affordable home about whether, if they're told they're on unadopted roads and have to pay levies. And my last point is about active travel. So great, we're going to get a cycle route onto Coldham's Lane, but Coldham's Lane hits the railway bridge at the junction, what you might call Sainsbury's Junction. And this is a really big restriction and something that cyclists will be frightened of. And we keep mentioning this problem, people going, somebody else will sort this out. But this hasn't been sorted out. And I'm really concerned about people who we would normally encourage and would be encouraged to cycling into Cambridge, for example, who will not do it because it is so dangerous at the railway bridge just before Sainsbury's. And have there been any discussion about this in regards to this particular planning? Thank you. And it's been a great presentation so far. Thank you.
Ms Kelly.
Thank you, Councillor Bajan. There are ongoing discussions about the connectivity of the site and looking at issues such as you've raised. So we are separately discussing those elements with the developer. We may well see an update presented to the JDCC in due course as a developer briefing, but there is dialogue between the officers and the developers about issues such as the accessibility.
So, members, sorry, Councillor Bajan, go ahead.
Thank you very much indeed. I recognise ongoing discussions, but right at this moment we have leverage. The minute we pass this today, we don't have leverage anymore. I think that this matter should be resolved. The railway bridge on Coldham's Lane is a potential disaster area for cyclists, and therefore it stops people cycling, and we are building houses hand over fist along this road. And I'm in favour of that. I'm totally in favour of that. And this is something that somebody needs to address. Right at this moment, we have leverage. If we turn it down on this basis, then people will actually focus their minds.
Councillor Bajan, thank you. I think Ms Kelly will respond to that.
Just to reiterate the officer's planning balance, as you'll find from section 24 of your officer report to committee, there are no material planning reasons why we would do anything but offer our support for this application. There are no material grounds for refusing the scheme.
So, members, can I just understand whether, it seems to me everybody's broadly in favour with an acceptance of a lot of the things that we've considered, with the exception of the point that Councillor Badent has made. Can I ask whether I can take this by affirmation or if you would prefer to go to a vote, members? Okay, we'll go to a vote then. So, but before we do that, Mrs Kelly, would you like to summarise anything?
Yes, I'll just do a very quick summary, if I may, please. So obviously we've had a very thorough presentation which has reflected some really positive dialogue between all parties. I'm not going to revisit specific issues again. We've had a very thorough discussion today. I just wanted to raise one point about the letterbox, because a number of members have asked for clarity around that and the addition of an informative. In my view, I don't believe it's necessary to include an informative. That's because the approved design guide already deals with that. So it's recognised in the approved design code, which all these parcels will be adhering to. I will just recite said wording. All letterbox should be located in appropriate secure locations to ensure they are accessible and usable by all users. The height of letterboxes should be above 0.7 metres. So that covers all those issues that you'd previously raised. So the planning balance, as I've mentioned, is set out before you from section 24 with updates on the amendment sheet as referred to by Yole. Would you like me to read out the recommendation?
Do members want that all read out again? I don't think so. I think we'll just move straight on. So, members...
Yeah, it is a two-part recommendation,
Okay,
and
yeah,
there
go
were
ahead.
some updates, so apologies. It will take a little longer, but it will be important to do so. So, section 25, please, which is two-part recommendation. First of all, to approve the Planning Permission of the Reserved Matters application, subject to conditions and informatives in your report. There is one additional time limit condition, condition 1, as referred to in the amendment sheet.
Thank you very much, Mrs Kelly.
Sorry?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Right, so members, can I just ask, can I ask you to indicate if you are in favour of that by show of hands, please? So that is all but one. So does anybody object? Thank you, that's one. And anybody abstain? No. Did you want to count, Claire?
I counted 10.
1, 2,
11,
3,
sorry,
4,
yes.
5, 6, 7, 8,
Including
9,
yourself.
10, 11.
11 in favour and 1
and
against.
1 against. Thank you very much, members. So that's approved. Sorry. Second point?
Yep.
Second point?
Yep. So there's a second part of the officer recommendation you'll find at 25.2. That's in relation to the approval or the not approval of the partial discharge of outline planning conditions for the outline planning application for this reserved matters parcel only. That's all set out on the table below 25.2 with the two updates as referred to in the officer's presentation. So that's to also approve condition 20, which relates to the overheating analysis, and to not approve condition 30, which relates to the wildlife hazard management plan. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So, members, can I ask to indicate if you support that? If you approve, would you put your hand up? So that's unanimous. Thank you very much indeed. Lovely. With that, thank you very much indeed for coming again and also for listening to what the members have said in the pre-apps and in the discussions that we have had with you. Thank you so much. Members, I'm going to suggest we have a 5-minute break just for comfort. Please be back here by absolutely no later than 25 to 12. Thank you. Please. Thank you, members. Thank you. So, members, we are back at the Joint Development Control Committee. We're on agenda item 4, which is 21/02957/COND29A, West Anglia mainline land adjacent to Cambridge Biomedical Campus. The applicant is Network Rail, and our presenting officer is Mairead O'Sullivan. Thank you very much for joining us. And let's go straight to Mairead. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, members. So these applications seek to discharge the hard and soft landscape condition for Cambridge South Station. Note that there are 2 application references. This is because the site is a cross-boundary application, being both in the city and South Cambs. There is a verbal update. This isn't on the amendment sheet. The update is to the recommendation. There's nothing new in the update, but it's just to ensure that the recommendation references the deemed planning permission, as that was missed out in the report. So just to remind members where we are, the station lies in Hobson Park on the west side and the biomedical campus at the east. I'll also just point out the exchange land here to the south, and I'll try and kind of highlight some of the key features as I go through my plans. Also, just to show a quick satellite view, you can see the housing development at Trumpington to the west, biomedical campus to the east, the guided busway running along here, and the guided busway bridge here, and the active recreation area to the north, and then the exchange land will be down here to the south. So just a quick update in terms of the background of this application. So the South Station was dealt with as a Transport and Works Act order, which was submitted in June 2021 and determined in December 2022. We began discharging conditions early in 2023. Members had a briefing from the applicant, as well as the applicant providing a briefing to Cambridge Equality Panel as well in early 2023. And members will remember the station design and cycle parking conditions were determined at JDCC in August of last year. So we're dealing with the hard and soft landscaping condition, which is condition 29 on the deemed planning permission associated with the Transport and Works Act order. As you'll see, it's a very detailed condition. It requires a lot of different elements. As well as the elements listed A to I, it also requires that the development complies with the parameter plans and design compliance statement. In my report, I've tried to break it down into sort of design elements, being things like street furniture, planting plans, boundary treatments, and then the other requirements like the landscape and ecology management plan, biodiversity net gain report, wayfinding strategy, and the landscape implementation plan. And then a quick refresher on comments received by Cambridge Equality Panel. They were focusing a lot on the eastern forecourt and making sure that this worked well and dealt with all of the different sort of functional elements that were going to be happening there, as well as a point around the landscape in Hobson's Park tying in with the green roofs. And then JDCC comments, again, are very similar comments around the eastern forecourt, pickups and drop-offs, ticket machines. And then also just to highlight that this application and the other conditions have been subject to extensive pre-application engagement with the applicant, and the applicant has also engaged prior to submitting this discharge of condition with Trumpington Residents Association and with Cambridge Past, Present and Future, which has resulted in no objections. There's just a neutral comment from the Residents Association on this application. So then quickly to run through the parameter plans. As I say, the development must comply with these approved parameter plans from the Transport and Works Act order. You can see the sort of footprint of the station and forecourt here in pink and purple. The path across Hobson's Park here as well. The location of this has been set as part of the order, as well as the exchange land size and general arrangement. And then I think I've just highlighted the exchange land as well as this crossing here into the active recreation area, just so you're aware this work is sort of substantially completed. And then again, another plan from the Transport and Works Act order, just showing the sort of layout of the eastern forecourt and western forecourt, and kind of scale of that has been set, and we're looking at the details as you would expect from a hard and soft landscape condition. And then again, just these are some more parameter plans showing how access works. The green arrows being pedestrian movement. You've got these kind of pink arrows showing movement around the station, and the kind of purple colour here showing vehicular movements. So I'm going to quickly run through these very high-level plans just so we're aware of the different elements, and then I'll go into the kind of more focused-in plans so you can see the actual detail. But this shows the new path here across Hobson's Park to the western forecourt. This will be segregated with pedestrian and cycle lanes and a curb to separate them. You can see the crossing into the active recreation area here, the western forecourt and the eastern forecourt. Then moving south, you've got this trackside works here and the exchange land. Then further south, there is some more kind of trackside work leading to this Shepherd branch. And then to the north of Hobson's Park, you can see the active recreation area here. There's some more trackside work. This is all quite minor, just providing new planting and grass and trees. So to focus in, as I say, we've got this new path which will provide access. The location of the path has been set by the order. It will be a resin-bound gravel path with a new totem in this location here, providing wayfinding information. Moving down, this is that path here, leading to the western forecourt. This is an existing path within Hobson's Park as well, which will lead for pedestrian access to the western forecourt. If I zoom in a little bit, you can see there are some tree planting proposed, with benches beneath the trees. The ticket machine location is here. This is considered to be the optimum location in terms of visibility while being under the canopy, so sheltered and protected without blocking access to the station here. And then just to note, the contours here indicate the land being built up. So the station has level access to all the platforms, which means that the land in Hobson's Park needs to be built up to allow for this. And this detail has been agreed with the landscape officer. Then in terms of planting, there is some existing woodland planting that is retained and new planting that will be in keeping with Hobson Park. To quickly just cover that, as well as the sort of typical planting that we would approve through hard and soft landscaping condition, we're also looking at the biodiverse canopies of the station building itself. So they are over the cycle parking and the entrance on either side, which you may recall. Details have been provided through this condition, and the ecology officer and landscape officer are satisfied with this information. Then moving to the eastern forecourt, as I noted earlier, this is the area that's been of most interest to members of JDCC and Cambridgeshire Quality Panel. The eastern forecourt is the only element of the station that has vehicular access. So it has a lot of different sort of functions to manage. One of the, so just actually to go back, this shows one of the plans from the Transport and Works Act order, just showing that the kind of general layout is as per the parameter plans, but works have been done through the pre-app process to improve the layout and improve flows and movements for pedestrians and cyclists around the space. So one of the key elements that members have been interested in is this access off the guided busway bridge for cyclists. So as I outlined in my report, most cyclists coming from the west will access the station from the western side rather than go across the steep bridge of the guided busway. But this does need to work for a cyclist that would choose to do that. So it should that at the moment there is a bollard in this location here, and this already helps to slow down cyclists and kind of filter them into a smaller space as they come down the steep slope of the guided busway bridge. And as part of the works, and here there's going to be a widening of the pedestrian access or pedestrian crossing of Francis Crick Avenue, creating more space here. Through the pre-app discussions, this curve here has been amended to ensure that it complies with LTN 120 and with building regs. As part of the application, I've had a discussion with a highway engineer at Cambridgeshire County Council. He was broadly happy with this arrangement and felt that it worked, but suggested that the applicant could explore reducing some of the planting bed to see whether that might improve access. And the applicant has gone away and looked at whether that would help and found that that would result in a steeper slope and create a wider space for cyclists, which will just encourage higher speeds. So this is considered to be the optimum layout. And as I say, is compliant with building regulations and LTN 120. So cyclists accessing the eastern forecourt can come, as I say, around this bend here and filter to the cycle parking adjacent to the guided busway bridge. There is a raised table for cyclists coming from the south, giving them priority crossing this junction. Similarly, pedestrians will benefit from the raised table, and pedestrian access is just filtered along in front of the trees in this, at this side, and there is sufficient space on this side as well for pedestrians and those coming out of cars to use this side. And then this is vehicular movements around the eastern forecourt. So just to note as well, another point of interest was bus access. At the moment, there is no bus proposed to use the site, but tracking has been done and a minibus can complete this turn here. So should something, a service become available in future, that would be adequate. So moving to the exchange land, this is from the parameter plans from the Transport and Works Act order. There have been some minor changes. The railway system compound is significantly reduced and doesn't occupy as much space. And one of the seasonal ponds has been removed, but this isn't required for drainage purposes, and that is acceptable, so we will see. The ecology officer has suggested that this circular path should just be a one-way path in terms of disturbance to minimise disturbance to wildlife. But this path has always been shown to be a circular path, and it does need to provide a recreational purpose. So the circular kind of path element is considered to be acceptable. To note that the development complies with the design principles document that I referenced at the beginning of the presentation. There's also the wayfinding strategy, which has been provided to comply with the condition. This deals with kind of both signage within the station and in close proximity to the station, and also the sort of a way forward for the wider strategy. Much of the wider strategy is outside of the applicant's control, but they will engage with other partners such as the County Council to ensure that there is adequate wayfinding provision. The image on the left is one that has been agreed with Trumpington Residents Association around providing no cycling signs in Hobson's Park. The inspector acknowledges in their report that the station will have an adverse impact on the tranquility of Hobson's Park, and that there is potential for there to be more cyclists using these paths. And these signs are supposed to act as a deterrent. I'm also satisfied that the route to the station and the sort of route that cyclists could take along the west of Hobson's Park would be adequately desirable to filter them that way. Then to cover biodiversity net gain, the project would increase hedgerow and river biodiversity units, but would result in an overall loss of units. And as part of the condition, it needs to provide a 10% biodiversity net gain. So this would be provided off-site at Lower Valley Farm. This approach was agreed as part of the Transport and Works Act order and is set out in the inspector's report as being off-site provision at this location. And the ecology officer is satisfied with this information. There is also a landscape and ecology management plan, which covers a 30-year period, which is required to be reviewed every 10 years. It sets out the maintenance and management arrangements and the different standards required. And this is considered to be acceptable by the landscape and ecology officers. And then there's also an implementation program that I am not suggesting to go into in any detail. The landscape and biodiversity officers have just noted some concern around the potential for spring planting to fail and the need for there to be a sort of backup plan for this. And the applicant has highlighted that the condition requires that should any planting fail, it will need to be replaced within 5 years. And that was considered to be acceptable by both of those officers. So to conclude, the proposals comply with the parameter plans and design principles. The biodiversity report, landscape ecology management plan, landscape implementation program, and wayfinding strategy are considered to be adequate. The hard and soft landscape design elements are considered to be high quality and appropriate to their surrounding contexts, and there are no elements of the proposal considered to be unacceptable, and we're not requiring any further information to discharge the conditions. So the recommendation is, as per I set out earlier, the amended recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mairead. And the two recommendations are again to relate to the two different authorities.
Yes, that's correct. The first recommendation is the City Council reference, and the second one is the South Cambridgeshire reference.
That's great. Thank you very much. Right, I have a couple of questions, if I may kick off. Right. Oh, sorry, yes, we've got the public speaker. Sorry, I do apologise. Sorry, from Network Rail, we have Elliot Stamp. Sorry, so do proceed with your presentation, Elliot. Sorry.
Thank you. I'm Elliot Stamp, Network Rail's Town Planning Manager for Anglia. Over the last 12 months, working closely with officers at GCSP, local groups and stakeholders, we have been successful in discharging 25 planning conditions relating to the project, and this has allowed us to take significant steps forward in terms of the construction and delivery of Cambridge South Station. Gaining approval for the hard and soft landscaping scheme is the next key milestone for the project. As confirmed within the committee report, the hard and soft landscaping scheme is of a high quality design that protects the visual amenity of Hobson's Park and the Green Belt. Importantly, the scheme is in accordance with the parameter plans and design principles approved as part of the earlier Transport and Works Act order permission. The landscaping scheme has been carefully prepared by the project's landscaping and highways teams. The design has been influenced and has evolved through extensive pre-application discussions with GCSP technical officers, JDCC, Cambridge Quality Panel and other stakeholders. Since the application was submitted, we have undertaken further work to respond to questions raised during the consultation period, and as a result of this engagement, there have been no objections to the application from GCSP officers or local residents or groups. The landscaping ecological management plan submitted as part of this application sets out the maintenance and management regimes that will help to enable the planting, the new trees and green biodiverse roof to flourish now and in the future. The landscaping scheme will also lead to an enhancement in biodiversity, with the project as a whole achieving 10% biodiversity net gain. The scheme has carefully considered access to the station and the layout of the station's eastern and western forecourts. The delivery of the improved cycle and pedestrian routes, together with efforts we have made to reduce car dominance and clutter within the eastern forecourt, station forecourt, will help to encourage even greater sustainable travel to Cambridge South Station. We encourage the Planning Committee to support the findings and recommendations of GCSP officers and approve this application. This will allow us to continue with the project as planned and deliver the much needed Cambridge South Station, a station that will provide significant economic, social and environmental benefits to the local area and far and wide beyond the Cambridgeshire region. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Mrs. Stamp. So, I have a couple of questions and I'll come to members in a moment. The mesh, so 13.26, the mesh behind the core 10 fence, the suggestion was to reduce the risk of litter accumulation, but I think that's been misunderstood. You know, you've obviously got a wonderful litter picking plan, but the purpose of the galvanised mesh was simply to reduce the risk of litter accumulating. Can I also suggest that some thought is given to a location where scooters might be left, because if we don't consider it, then the scooter provider will, and they'll suggest a way. Thank you very much for incorporating wayfinding with other signage. A reduction in signage overall is a good idea in what is a rural location on the west side. Also, I just wanted to raise with you that at 17.8, I think there might have been a misunderstanding here. The reason we asked for consideration of that access from the guided busway bridge to be considered was because we wanted to make it as safe as possible and to reduce the gradient wherever possible. So I think our suggestion was that planting might have made the curve wider in order to make a wider curve that cycles had to go round before they accessed the station. Whereas at 17.8, it appears that the engineer has misunderstood and thought we meant less planting, which is not what we meant. However, regardless of that, I note that at 17.9, we're told that access to the station is considered to be acceptable. So I don't know if anybody wants to pick up on any of those things first, please. Lorraine.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, in terms of the litter accumulation, the landscape officer made that suggestion of the wire mesh, and the applicant has come back to explain the high level of maintenance and management provision. And as a result, the landscape officer has agreed that that isn't required because there will be adequate sort of cleaning regimes. In terms of the scooters, the applicant has confirmed that they are not going to be providing any space for scooters as part of the development. This is both due to there being no available space because space is incredibly tight, and due to concerns about the batteries and them being flammable. So I think that any scooter parking provision would have to be outside of the station. In terms of the curve, I think what I did was I just brought the curve to the highway engineer as members have concerns about this. What do you think? I didn't sort of make any suggestions about widening or taking planting off, and that was his suggestion, was perhaps if the planter was cut slightly, it could improve the curve for cyclists. But as I say, the applicant went away and modelled that and found that actually that would make a steeper curve. And as I say, that access point is compliant with LTN 120, so it's considered to be acceptable.
Thank you very much indeed. Members. So, Councillor Thornborough, Porra, Williams. Okay, sorry, I didn't see which order. So, would you like to say which way you thought you were in order? So, Councillor Williams? Okay, so Councillor John Williams, Councillor Porrer, Councillor Thornborough. Okay, for the time being. Okay. John,
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor John Williams.
First of all, can I ask, looking at the plan, the officer said that the ticket machines on the western forecourt were under the canopy, but according to the plan, they actually aren't under the canopy. They're under the canopy on the east side, but they're not shown under the canopy on our plan on the west side. And one of the issues I've got with that is adequate lighting for those ticket machines. And obviously, if you're using them, you're going to get very wet if there's no cover for them. And I would have thought that, therefore, if they're outside the canopy, they should be in a shelter. And obviously, if they're in a shelter, then they should be considered as part of this. My other thing, the other point I want to make is about electric scooters. The Mayor is extending, or CPCA are extending the area available for electric scooters. They're extending the licence, and it will cover Cambridge South Station. So people will be arriving at this station on official electric scooters. And if there's nowhere to leave them, they will be left all over the place.
Exactly.
So I'm sorry to say that I can't agree to this unless they make provision for electric scooters. Thank you.
Thank you. My point exactly. So, Mairead, do you want to respond?
Thank you, Chair. So just to confirm, the ticket machines on both sides of the station are under the canopy. So the canopy is this sort of line here, and you can see canopy above here, and the ticket machine is here. So it is under the canopy. It will be sheltered, and it will, I believe there's some lighting in this area, and also due to its proximity to the station, it will be lit because the station building itself will have that enough light spell. And then this is the west side. So, and then on the east side, I'll bring up. So on the east side, apologies, I don't think I flagged this up. It's here. And again, you can see the canopy above. So to confirm that it would be under the canopy in both cases. In terms of the electric scooters, I don't believe that there is adequate space for electric scooter parking. I think it would have to be somewhere close by. I think with those Voi scooters, you have to park them in certain parking locations. You can't just leave them anywhere. You'll continue to be charged if you do that. So I think that would protect against there just being scooters littered places. So I think any scooter parking would have to be outside of...
That's not true. They are left all over Fulbourn.
Well, to be clear, what I'm aware of in my own village is that Voi do designate specific areas for parking, but which are where so they're designated parking zones, but people do leave them elsewhere. It might be, have you checked whether the places that you're referring to are not parking zones according to Voi? Because actually what happens is that Voi choose zones, but they don't do it in consultation with parish councils, which I think is a problem.
Fulbourn is technically outside the area you should be using them, but people do use them because they are able to get to Fulbourn. Right. So the whole system of policing for these electric doesn't work.
I quite agree. Just one moment. Okay, so I'm coming to you, Elliot, if I may. Given that this is a recognised, ongoing, long-standing trial from the Mayor with Voi electric scooters, and as Councillor John Williams says, it is being extended in a number of places, and this will be part of the zone. Can you give us an indication of what long-term plans you might have for accommodating Voi scooters long-term?
Yeah, so eventually the station will be handed over to Greater Anglia to manage and operate the station, part of their franchise agreement with Network Rail. And they'll have appropriate management strategies to deal with, evolving technologies and changes to their station environment. So that I see that being picked up as part of an engagement with the scooter company, maybe the Mayor's initiative, and Greater Anglia working with Network Rail.
Can I just point out, though, that Voi as a company often designate parking zones without reference to the landowner. So I think it's a conversation that needs to be had early doors with them, particularly as our planning officer has indicated that the understanding so far is that there isn't space. So actually the conversation that needs to be had is it can't be here, but you could put it, you know, you need to discuss it with X body, because otherwise they will be left here, you know, and we don't, you know, we know that space here is extremely limited, and we need to plan for it and not have it just happen in a haphazard fashion. So can I ask that you engage with the relevant bodies about that, please?
Yeah, of course, we can definitely do that, and we'll take that away immediately after this.
Thank you. Next question then. So, Councillor Porrer.
Thank you very much. I was going to mention the e-scooters. Actually, I'm less concerned about Voi because we have some limited control, but certainly in my ward, it's the illegal, non-permissive ones that they will be coming to the station, and they will be. And I understand Network Rail, for the reasons of the batteries being at risk of expense, don't want it, but I would urge you to consider that, because you will have people scooting in on private scooters. They do it all over my ward in the city centre. They are illegal. But people take them, and they will be tethering them to the bike park. So again, for me, it's not a reason to refuse this. But I just think if you don't want them on your site because of the battery risk, it's something you will have to address, possibly with the Biomed campus or whoever you can. Because Voi will designate spaces, but again, they do tend to do it, I think, via the county. So it's worth getting in there early to make sure you don't find that you're the recipient of a designated space without knowing. So the points I had, with the cycle turn coming from the overhead bridge, can we have a go slow sign or some kind of something on the roadway to help that? Just, I think, to help people cycling down, just to make absolutely clear there's a very tight turn coming. So I wonder if that could be incorporated into the wayfinding. I am sad about the lack of ticket machines, ticket officers. This originally came through when the government were going to get rid of them, but the machines don't sell the cheapest tickets. But I appreciate that's not for today. So the green screen on the AstraZeneca side, is that part of this condition, Mairead? I think, yeah, I am a little sceptical about the longevity of a green screen. They tend to die. Are we happy that that is protected with the 5-year condition? And also, if it doesn't work, then something else needs to go in its place, because they take a lot of maintenance. They need proper watering systems. So again, I'd be grateful if you could just reassure me on that. Ground levels that are being modified, obviously, to raise it to make it accessible, which is obviously very welcome. Are we happy that that is going to be not too steep, either for those using wheelchairs, but more also for those in the park who are going to have to climb that gradient? I wasn't quite clear from the pictures how steep it will be, so just welcome some clarification. And finally, I noticed 15.3, the tree condition that appears to have been attached by the Transport and Works order talks about replacing trees within 5 years, except for the act of God or vandalism. Now, I have checked with officers. Sadly, this is a parent condition, so we can't amend it, but I'd just like to put a little marker down that we don't really want exemptions. Well, what's an act of God? I know in an insurance term. I mean, I prefer that if trees die, they get replaced within 5 years. But I appreciate we can't change that today, but I just wanted to note that for officers, if we have any future TWOs coming through, we might want to make sure that isn't a condition attached, and it is our standard one instead. Thank you.
I agree, because actually a very usual reason why trees need to be replaced is that they've been snapped off by vandals. So, Mairead, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Chair. So on the go slow sign point, I think that is something we could pick up. I think that is possible. I think obviously this is a condition, so it would have to be something that the applicant would take away and amend before we issue the decision. But I think that would be acceptable. In terms of the green screen, I know there was a lot of discussion with the landscape officer about the detail of this, and I think it was made kind of like a larger, more mature screen as a result of that. It would be covered by the 5-year replacement requirement, and I think that after, if it was shown to be unsuccessful, I think we would be able to require something different. I think that it couldn't just continue to be replaced and replaced. Something else would have to happen there. In terms of the ground levels in Hobson's Park, I don't have the slope, the actual details of how steep it is, but I know that a lot of work was done to ensure that it would sit well in Hobson's Park, so it isn't just a very obvious sudden level change, and to ensure that it would be usable by wheelchair users, etc. And the landscape officer is satisfied with those details.
Okay, thank you very much. And I also am sorry that we can't amend that condition. Councillor Thornborough.
Regarding signage, there's a lot of know this and know that around the place, but what about signage to tell people where the station is? Will there be any signage saying, go this way to get to South Cambridge Station? In the same way that North Cambridge Station, the signage came years after it was delivered, so there needs to be a signage scheme developed, ideally with the campus, so that when you get off the train, you know where to go to get to Addenbrooke's main concourse or Packworth or the Rosie. So I think some of it should be to do with just getting to the train station, but there needs to be a really comprehensive signage for working with the Addenbrooks and with CBC. But Chair, one thing that I've been concerned with for ages, and I know Councillor Brian Milnes has as well, is how does this fit into the setting of the biomedical campus and Addenbrooks? How does, within the North Cambridge Station, within 5 years, is 20% over the business case for the people arriving at North Cambridge? This is estimated to be 2.2 million people per annum in the business case. So I suspect that it's going to be, it will be more than that within 5 years. And there is, as far as we keep asking, how does this, in the setting of the wider setting, how does this fit in with walking, cycling, public transport, private bus coaches to take people to the Granta Park and private cars and private vehicles? And we keep asking, Chair, asking, and nothing comes back. We hear the CPCA are doing things, the county are doing things, and quite often there's a suggestion that it's all got to be delivered through Network Rail and Greater Anglia, which is definitely not the case. You can only deliver what's within the red line. So, Chair, can we ask Combined Authority and the County Council to come and tell us at this committee what they're doing about these things? Because this is my understanding, it will be completed by the end of the year and then opening within 3 to 6 months. So by this time next year, this could be open. And, where are the buses? Where will be private coach stopping? How will ill people arrive and know how to get into Addenbrooks? So what I'd like to know, regarding biodiversity, BNG, what are river units, if you don't mind? Will there be, how is the security of cycle parking going? I don't know if, I think that's part of the landscaping. We have real issues to do with security cycle parking at North Cambridge Station, and the of how the stands are fixed, the lighting, the cameras, all of that is having to be revised 5 years after it's been installed. So are there lessons from North Cambridge that are being applied here? And finally, is the southern part of the platforms, are there bridges? Are there bridges or lifts at the southern end of the platform?
There's only a lift at the northern end.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
I've got a summary of those if you lose track, right? But do go ahead.
So maybe I start on the wayfinding element. Just to note that the wayfinding strategy is very detailed around wayfinding close to the station, because that's within the sort of gift of the applicant. That's where they can put signage. And There are some totems proposed which will have wider wayfinding information, and the applicant is suggesting using placemark, which is what you see around the city and outside the main station, and I believe at Cambridge North as well. So that covers the sort of main area. I know that the applicant it has a sort of legal agreement with the biomedical campus and does need to provide certain things and does work very closely with them in terms of ensuring, you know, everything is coordinated. So I'm comfortable that the sort of wayfinding strategy with the biomedical campus will come forward in a timely manner. And the applicant is engaging with the county council around sort of wider signage, kind of finger post signage in Trumpington, to ensure that in a kind of 1.5 kilometre radius, I think, maybe mile radius of the site, that there is signage to direct people to the site. In terms of the biodiversity query, I couldn't tell you really what river units are. I know that Hobson's Conduit, there is an element of it that runs within the site, and it will be something to do with that. And there are additional seasonal ponds proposed, but that is all I could tell you. I don't have the expertise, but I can sort of provide assurances that the biodiversity officer is satisfied with what has been submitted. And then in terms of the cycle parking, we dealt with that over the summer in August, the discharge of the cycle parking details. So that doesn't fall into this condition, but in August when we looked at that, it was a partial discharge requiring some further information. So we asked for further information around the secure stores at either side and how those would actually operate. But otherwise, the cycle parking is covered by CCTV and has a good level of natural surveillance, which is quite different from Cambridge North. In this instance, the offices of the station building will have like windows that look out on where the cycle parking is.
Thank you. Yes, do you want to?
Chair, would you be, you and maybe the Vice Chair, write to the GCP, the Combined Authority and the County Council and ask them to come to this and explain to us how this development is fit in the wider context? How is active and public transport going to be dealt with going forward?
Councillor Thornborough, I absolutely hear what you say, and you will know, even in years gone past, I have been asking at this committee for a master plan for the Cambridge Biomedical Campus with some indication of how people are supposed to find their way around and how to get around. But I'm going to come, I would also say there was a recent briefing to some councillors on the biomedical campus, and I would raise with them, I think the wayfinding on the site is likely to be managed by the Cambridge Biomedical Campus, but I'm going to defer to Philippa Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. I do note we are moving away from the discussion of these conditions which do relate just to the hard and soft landscaping. I think it's opportune to remind you of that. But I do note these ongoing concerns about how the station will fit in with the wider transport strategy for the biomedical campus. I will take away your request. I will discuss with colleagues. I think it's an opportune time for an all-member briefing potentially on the emerging plans for the biomedical campus that includes the strategic transport approach. So, we've noted that, we've recorded that, and we will go away with that.
Okay, right. Were there any questions after Councillor Thornborough? I would just like to reiterate the point that Councillor Thornborough made tangentially. There is only a lift at the northern end, and I think there's only one. And my concern would be, we know that the one lift at Cambridge North Station is frequently out of action. You're shaking your head. Do you think there's two?
Sorry, Chair. I mean, this comes under the station design rather than the hard and soft landscaping condition, but just to confirm that at either side and on the island platform, there are two lifts.
Thank you very much for reassuring me about that. Okay, so Councillor Smith and Councillor Flaubert.
Yeah, so this is very similar to the last application where we don't have any material grounds for refusal of this application. I hope we can soon move towards determination of it. But we have had another run-through on the strategic planning issues around the Cambridge Biomedical Campus, and yet again, they're still not been attended to, and really it's time up. We've been very patient, but we seem to now have an even more complex array of institutions that should be addressing this problem and yet are singly failing to do so, because the government has just recently announced new monies for the production of planning for the future of the area, linked to their ambition to double the amount of lab space in the Greater Cambridge area. So there's never been a shortage of money to do this. It's actually just been either competence, capacity, or just general malaise. And again, I'm alarmed that we got another planning application coming through, which we're going to be considering in a pre-app briefing on the biomedical campus, phase 2, without the context of having a strategic view and master planning and the integrated transport strategy for the site. So it's not just the CPCA who are doing sterling work in terms of trying to keep bus services on the road and introducing new services to serve the campus. We've also got the GCP, who are yet waiting for funding for the CSET guided busway, which would serve the biomedical campus. But we've got Cambridge Biomedical Campus as well, who've got funding to do this work. And now we've got the County Council stepping in, who are proposing the preparation of a Greater Cambridge transport strategy. So we have all of these actors. Are they actually doing anything? If they are doing anything, are they talking to each other? And if they are talking to each other, what are they actually doing? Because we are not briefed on this, and it's a now increasingly urgent matter.
I agree. Thank you very much. Philippa Kelly has said she will take that away. Can I add to those actors? There is now a body called the Cambridge Biomedical Campus, which is like a limited company now. So can we engage them in the conversation, crucially, about that as well? Councillor Flobert.
Thank you, Chair. I find a little bit impossible to talk about transport, as the other councillors have mentioned. And it is because if you basically give us this information, the background information, then we have lots of questions. And I'm very concerned because as a resident of Trumpington and a person who uses the hospital side regularly, I see the problems that we face with transport to access to the hospital. And if you are relying essentially on the bus stop, on the services that we have at the moment, it's not sufficient. It's really problematic at peak times. So I'm very concerned about the fact that you have mentioned that there are no full buses going to the site. And then I'm not sure whether you're going to accommodate minibuses. So this is not, it's not clear. So we need to make sure that people can access the hospital and also the station by public transport, because I think you are relying too much on cycling. And also it's not clear.
Absolutely, I understand your concern. We have been raising the issues about transport and particularly where bus stops would be since we first considered the outline and we first looked at the case. But that is not the subject of the application today. Absolutely, your concerns and all of our concerns are being taken forward with this action which Philippa Kelly has taken forward, which we will ask for a meeting to consider the transport plan. But did you have any other issues about the landscaping?
Yes, I do, Chair. Thank you. So I like information about the cyclist, how to stop the cyclist using the pedestrian side, because at the moment we have problems with that, and I think that has to be with landscape in the park as well. Thank you.
How to stop the cyclists using the pedestrian paths? I thought, are these only pedestrian paths or are they shared use?
Thank you, Chair. So in Hobson's Park, I will just pull up the sign from the wayfinding strategy. As it stands, I don't think there's any prohibition against cyclists using these paths, but the park is a very tranquil place. It's predominantly used by pedestrians. And the Residents' Association, as part of the Transport and Works Act order, raised concerns about lots of cyclists using the paths to get to the station. So they have agreed with the applicant a number of no cycling signs to be placed around the park to discourage cyclists using these routes within the park and to encourage cyclists to then use, if I go back, the designated path which runs from the sort of guided busway area here along Hobson's Park to the station, and this would be a resin-bound gravel path that's segregated with a curb in the middle, with a different colour for either side, one for pedestrians and one for cyclists. I think that this is all we can do through the condition. You know, this is just a hard and soft landscaping condition, and I think that this is about as far as we can go, and I think this is sufficient in terms of encouraging cyclists to use one route and discouraging them to use other routes.
And am I right in thinking, somewhere, I'm sure I read, that the Residents' Association at Trumpington had approved the signage around Hobson Park, which was felt would deter cyclists from using some of the paths. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. So that's this one here.
Members, sorry, could you, listen to Mairead's response?
So it's this one on the left here. This image is within the wayfinding strategy, and this has been agreed between the Residents' Association and the applicant.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? No. Okay. So, right, we've got the recommendation is on page 114. Oh, right, okay, it's been slightly amended. So, Philippa, would you like to take us through it?
So it's again a two-part recommendation. It's substantially, as you'll see on in your report to committee in section 21, but there is just a little bit of points of clarification on both. So we'll take the first element first, which is in relation to the condition 29 in respect of deemed planning permission.
Sorry, members, would you please listen to our lead planning officer? Thank you.
Thank you. So to approve the discharge of condition 29, which relates to the Transport and Work Act order. So the condition reference is 2102957, condition 29A, with delegated authority to officers to carry through minor amendments.
Right, members, can I take an indication of whether you approve that by show of hands, please? So that looks like unanimous. Thank you. So that's carried. Thank you.
And the second element is to approve the discharge of condition 29, which relates to the planning permission reference 2103035 TWA, and the planning application number is 2103035 condition 29, again with delegated authority to officers to carry out minor amendments as appropriate.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Kelly, can I have an indication of your approval for that item? So that looks like unanimous as well. That's fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you to those members who have waited to take that vote before leaving. Thank you to those of you, thank you very much to Elliot Stamp for attending, and thank you very much to Mairead O'Sullivan for your excellent presentation. And members, can I ask that you try to get back here by 1 o'clock? We'll take lunch break now. Is that acceptable? In other words, half an hour. Sorry, I'm getting a... Could we come off? Are we off? The only thing is that there might be some people who are offering to attend online. So, good to see you, Phil. Thank you. So, I'm sorry for the pause, but thank you very much for waiting. So, are we online, James? Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay, so I realise I've lost my script. So, we have agenda item 6, which is in the application developer briefing session. So this relates to 210 to 240 Cambridge Science Park, proposing demolition and redevelopment of the site comprising flexible lab buildings and supporting infrastructure. And we're very happy to welcome the applicant, Brockton Everlast, which is Richard Selby, the architect, Shepherd Robson, thank you. Architect Shepherd Robson, which is James Granger, and David Argill, and then the planning consultant, which is Bidwell's, and that's Guy Kaddish. So good to see you. And we've got, I gather there are other of your officers here who might be able to answer any questions, and there are even further officers online who might be able to ask if we ask something sufficiently complicated that the people here can't answer it. So, would you like to give... So you've got 20 minutes for your presentation and then 25 minutes for questions and answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair and members. Richard Selby, partner of Brockton Everlast. We are the long-term owners, the stewards, I guess, applicant of the subject site, which is 210 to 240 Cambridge Science Park. The slide in front of you shows you the red line site, which is the 11.2 acres of the subject site. It also highlights that it sits centrally within Cambridge Science Park and has an important role to play within Cambridge Science Park and the science community, science and technology community, but it also has a very important role to play with its immediate neighbours. You've obviously got King's Hedges to the south, you've got Regional College to the west, Milton to the north, and what's anticipated under the Area Action Plan to the east. The Area Action Plan slide, I think, is really crucial because we support entirely the vision and objectives of the Area Action Plan. From our perspective, the success of 210, 240 Cambridge Science Park is inextricably linked to the way in which the new urban district, the low carbon plan, new urban district that's envisaged within the Area Action Plan comes forward. During the course of the consultation process, we've been building a suite of sort of shared priorities with the officers and other stakeholders. You'll see all of this hopefully embedded in the design response, which I'll hand over to David in a second on. Those range from high quality design, a landscape-led approach, sustainability, water conservation, mobility, inclusivity, employment and skills. It's an extensive and significant site, and as a consequence, there's been 2 years of consultation to this point. It's been a very collaborative approach with the officers and other key stakeholders. There's been pre-apps, workshops, site visits. We've had 2 meetings with the quality review panel, which have been very informative and directive, and we're here in front of you today. And our plan is to be submitting the application towards the end of the summer. The consultation process is not simply a moment in time. As long-term owners, this is going to be a constant for us, as it should be, as we listen, learn and engage with all the key stakeholders in the neighbourhood. Early work has given some fruit in the sense that working with Trinity College, we were really pleased that in the summer we'll be opening at the Trinity Centre, the new Cambridge Science Centre location, which is going to be an opportunity for a programme of sort of science on show for 15 to 30,000 kids a year to attend. The existing site, probably familiar to all of you, but just to sort of expand on that very simply, it's the red line that you can see. There's 11.2 acres. Currently, we've got a cluster of 6 buildings. Those 6 buildings were built in the early 90s, and with the exception of one, aren't fit for purpose. It's also a very inward-looking site with nearly 50% of the site given up to hard standing and car parking, definitely of its time. The sustainability principles sit at the very top of our design decision tree. We have a sort of environmental imperative to bring forward sort of a world-class campus in terms of its sustainability credentials. And I think that's proven out by the accreditations that the design is currently meeting, which are listed here, and I won't go through in the interest of time. As we drill down into what that means from a local policy perspective, I'm pleased to say that we exceed all the current planning policies as regards to sustainability metrics, and probably more importantly from our perspective, because of the scale of this development, we also look to meet emerging policy. And again, just in the interest of time, because I guess it's so prescient, I draw your attention to our approach to water and water conservation. We will look to achieve the maximum available 5 credits of water consumption for BREEAM, and we've got a harvested rainwater strategy, which is planned to irrigate our terraces and facade planting for 40 days. I'm now going to hand you over to David Ardill, who will talk about our design response to the site.
Good afternoon, everybody. So we have a lot of information for you to go through, and I'll keep it very quick so that you definitely have your time to ask questions. When we started the project off, it was very clear that although the site didn't have a lot of tree and planting within it, what we did have was of good quality. So at the very beginning, we looked to create a landscape-driven approach to the park. That allows us to work up the parkland setting to the waterfront, the central space which has existing mature trees in it, the perimeter around the edge which has mature trees adjacent to the road, and a corridor that runs to the east of the site. The rest of the site in white is principally surface parking and low-quality trees. Building 216 is being retained because it's good quality and has recently been refurbished. And through consultation with the officers, it became quite clear that at the beginning, the site didn't extend down to the waterfront and the lake. So through negotiations with Trinity, that's now been included in our site with an extra 5,300 square meters, allowing us to control all of the landscape down to the waterfront. So once we'd accepted the landscape was our driver for the site, we looked at seeing how we could enhance that. The first thing we did, obviously, was try to locate the buildings within the parcels where we had the least landscape or the low-quality landscape and parking. In order to do that, that meant that we moved the parking all underground, so there's no parking on the surface. We then created a completely car-free centre to the site, so the waterfront and the space through the middle of the site linking the northern plaza with the waterfront is completely pedestrian-free. Pedestrian-orientated and car-free. Just checking you're listening. So here's an example illustration that just shows you the generosity of that space from the buildings as it moves down towards the lakeside to the right of that drawing. And of course, if we're going to put this effort into maximizing the public realm, we have covered 62% of the site is external space and 38% of the site has building footprint. So a lot of the site is given back to landscaping. That's pushing our net biodiversity gain up to 43%, and that's a 6.5 acre public realm with integrated planting. The other thing that we've developed up is that the ground floor uses are all active uses and they're completely permeable. The site has no boundaries, it's open to everybody, and the activities and amenities that go into the ground floor are something that will support the whole park and the wider community beyond. So as that landscape plan developed up, we identified different character areas within that. So there's the generous lakeside park, which then has a large opening moving into the center of the site, which has the Grove, which is a camera space. And then we have an arrival plaza at the north, which is adjacent to a newly located bus stop. The 4 buildings then started to emerge with different identities. So some of them were related to the landscape to the east and the ecology corridor with the park. And then these became more larger scale as they spiral around towards the marker building to the left of that drawing. We also looked at taking the landscape up onto the upper floors of the building. So we created a whole series of generous terraces that can be accessed from the floors, which are heavily planted, create a softer visual appearance to the buildings, especially on the park buildings where they're nestled into that existing landscape. And this is a view just looking back from the Grove in the center towards the lake to the south, and that's the Park South building on the left. So we have developed up a mobility strategy, which is working on the foundations of the AAP and the direction of travel that it's going. So our building reinforces the emerging policy that will be coming forward. We're also looking to extend the dedicated cycle route to connect it to the existing dedicated cycle routes within the parkway beyond our site boundary. We've had multiple meetings with CamCycle and they're very supportive of our proposals. So that mobility strategy, as it's developed, is looking at a modal shift, obviously away from cars and towards other modes of sustainable transport. Just quickly, I'll run through those. So pedestrian permeability throughout the site is obviously core of the design, creating a safe and legible ground floor that is passively supervised by all of the activities that are around the ground level. We've got a dedicated cycle route, which is extending beyond the site boundary, as I mentioned. If we want to encourage people to take the cycles to the site, we need to provide best-in-class facilities, which we are doing. That generates 2,425 new cycle spaces on the site. And that sort of, if you look at the drawings, the sort of pie charts on the bottom, that shows the modal shift moving away from reliance on car, which is in pink, towards other modes of transport to the right-hand side. There's no net increase in parking on the site, and all the parking is underground. And we have a dedicated taxi drop-off area which comes into the centre of the site. And this is a view just from that taxi drop-off space looking to, this is a view from the north at the arrival point, looking towards one of the cycle areas that you can see on the right-hand side. And this is building B. And then just a couple images showing you how we've developed the cycle strategy up. So this is the access ramp, which is continuous with a sort of a shallow gradient that takes you down into the cycle parking facilities and end-of-trip facilities on the lower ground floor. So as we've developed up the massing, obviously the starting point was to work within the NECAP evidence base, which we do, although we haven't looked at this site as an extrusion. Obviously it's landscape-led. We've developed the massing of the buildings up alongside the officers over the last couple of years to integrate them into the long-distance views, plus also local approach views. So the buildings on the right-hand side are additive. So they have, you can see the terraces on building A, Park North, and building D, Park South. So they drop down to the green corridor to the right-hand side and to B216. The generator then starts to lift up with addressing all different sides as more of a kind of unifying building with different activities. And the marker building is the tallest building to create that statement that kind of deflects you into the center of the site as you move to the south. And we've developed up 20 views with officers which have been agreed, and I'm just going to show you, we just put two in for illustration to show you how this is currently sitting. So this is the view from the A14, A10 flyover roundabout. The site is in the center there, and that is our development as it currently stands, and you can see the green terraces stepping down. And then the view from the guided busway to the southwest, again, looking directly in towards Cambridge Science Park. And then that's the building sitting sort of behind there, which works again with the existing massing of the context surrounding it. So all 20 of those views, plus the local views, have informed our massing strategy. Then just moving on to the buildings themselves. So all of the buildings are part of a family. We didn't want to create buildings that were distinct and fighting each other. So all of the buildings kind of work together and have a kind of a consistency to the design language, but they have an individual character as well. So this is a view that's looking across the grove towards the drop-off area in the center of the site of Building A. And again, we're not going to describe each building in detail, but all the buildings are founded on the sort of the same key design principles and brief. Sustainability is at the absolute core of this site, so we're looking to use low-carbon materials, off-site manufacturing, openable windows throughout the buildings to allow the occupants to have comfort inside, with generous terraces, and grey water harvesting, rainwater harvesting for all irrigation, and obviously water conservation measures as well. And this is a view looking from the drop-off again towards Building B in the centre of the site. We've also developed the buildings up as an ecosystem, so they work as an ecosystem within themselves, but also as a wider ecosystem for Cambridge Science Park. So Building B is the generator building. It has up to 18 different tenants in it, much smaller, much more vibrant, and you can see from the section there that the landscape on the inside of the building through the sort of inclined atrium connects all the way through with a generous double height space and triple height space to the grove. So the idea is very much that the activity in the building is part of the public realm around it. So this is looking at the marker building on the waterfront. So this is the building that is the tallest, and it's the one that doesn't have as much articulation in terms of stepping. Over time, this building has become tighter and become simpler, so it's much easier to read as the marker. You can see the terraces that are all cut back into that, and the generous space in the centre that opens up onto the waterfront. Materiality, all the buildings are looking at very low carbon materials in the facades, but also very long life. So we have a strategy of using robust precast materials, high quality glazed elements. We're not using too much metal, but we obviously have some metal in there, but the buildings are kind of grounded and earthy, with the park buildings being more textured and more robust, and the marker building being more sharp and more refined. And then this is looking as you come from the Bradfield Centre in towards the site from the east. So this shows you how Park Building South steps down towards the landscape, and then we have the terraces which are heavily planted on top of that. And we have some green walls which are in there. These are not green walls like we would normally be presenting there. Green walls are part of the management plan for the whole biodiversity of the site. And then this shows you the active plaza with the retail at the ground floor. And then from the waterfront on the left-hand side of this drawing, you can see how the landscape comes up to the colonnades that define all the circulation around the buildings and into the heart of the buildings, with every atrium in all the buildings being planted. So the landscape continues through that permeable ground floor deep inside the buildings. Obviously, as part of this, we've been working with Cambridgeshire a quality charter for growth. And this is part of our kind of ongoing process with all of the officers on the quality review panel. So that's my quick introduction. I hope it makes sense. And we have a brief animation here just to walk you through the site, because we think it's much more helpful to see it three-dimensionally.
Very much, David.
Okay, so this is the approach from the east of the site, picking up on the view that we just had. So as you're walking towards the building, obviously the sort of the low stepping green walls and the heavily planted terraces connect with the ground floor planting. And then we've worked very hard at creating human scale at the ground level. So we have kind of food and beverage plaza to the east of the site that serves the whole science park. And then as you come around towards the waterfront, the first colonnade reveals itself. And we did these on purpose to kind of compress the space so that you didn't feel too exposed as you walked around the buildings. Then on the right-hand side here, you can see the double height reception that opens through to the atrium you saw in the last section, and then that extends across to the landscape. On the floor above, we've got overhanging science floors, which are fully glazed to allow you to see the science activities that are happening in the building above. So you're always reminded of the purpose of the site. And as you enter into the grove in the center of the space, you can see the marker on the left, and then the existing trees that we're retaining in the center of the site with enhanced water features and drop-off area in front of you. So this is seen as a camera space for quieter reflection. Obviously, we're working with the landscape to ensure that it is an extension of the workplace inside. Building A on the right-hand side here, and this is where the drop-off happens. And then you can see the generator building in front of us there with all the active floors and the highly permeable ground floor on the right. And looking back towards building C and the reception and the wide open space in the center. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much indeed. Members, can I just make a few observations. One is that Councillor Smart has, I believe, joined us online, which is great. Can I thank you for your presentation and thank you for keeping to the time. I just need to make a personal declaration, which is because I'm a member of Milton Parish Council. I've seen much of this before and also attended a briefing. But I would remind members at this point, remember, when we're in pre-application briefings, of course, it's important that you ask any questions that you want of clarification. But can I remind members not to express opinions at this stage, because of course these applications will be coming to JGCC shortly or in due course, and we do not want to predispose ourselves towards any particular view at that time. So members, has anybody any questions? Councillor Khan and Councillor Porra and Councillor Richard Williams to start with. Councillor Khan.
And you're providing cafes and so on around the edge, and including in building C, I see open terrace, well, balconies, but covered balconies. There seems to be, there's an assumption often in Britain that it's fine weather all year round and that we can sit in the sun and enjoy the open space all year round, but in fact that's obviously not the case. Even with climate change, we're going to have cold winters. The classic, of course, solution to this is what we call a conservatory and what other countries call a winter garden. I just wondered whether you'd thought in terms of provision for these open spaces in the winter period, and if there's ways that you can change during the year some of these spaces so they can be appropriate for different times of year. What are your thoughts on that?
Thank you. So obviously, I think our first driver is to maximise on biodiversity. So all the planting is native planting and it is seasonal. One of the things that we're doing with the ground floor is highly permeable. So I suppose the conservatory and the areas that you connect directly with the landscape retreat back into the buildings. And that's why we're drawing the planting into the atria and the double height reception. So I suppose on the upper floors, we don't want to kind of create seasonal and non-seasonal spaces. We want people to just work with biodiversity and the landscape that's there. I completely agree with you. Sometimes it's not hot, sometimes it's very, very hot. The colonnades are there to provide shelter in winter as you walk around, but also to provide shade in summer. And just a little incidental thing, we've also carried out lots of solar studies on the massing. So the massing has been crafted to maximize daylight in the occupied hours into the center of the space. So lots of the little cuts that we've done in the corners that have been removed is just to make sure the daylight gets into those spaces that people occupy.
In this context, you've got buildings to the south of the green area. Have you checked how the winter insulation on the green, by the green area in the centre will be affected? I mean, how much shading there is from the buildings? I can't judge from the map, and it obviously depends upon the angle of the sun. What sort of periods are they going to be in shade, and how much is it going to be fully illuminated?
So that depends, obviously, which season it is. We're quite lucky that the space that runs through the centre of the site is facing sort of southwest, and that's 35 metres wide, and the building is down on both sides of that. So the daylight is coming in to the centre of the site at lunchtime in pretty much any season. Obviously, to the north of the site, we get the daylight running all the way through the centre during the occupied hours, and then the southwest facing waterfront gets sun all year. So there are areas, obviously, where we do have overshading, but if you see on the plan, most of the areas that are overshaded are the spaces that are between buildings and not the public realm spaces that we are pulling the people into.
Thank you. Councillor Porra.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated your brief presentation because it gives us lots of time for questions. I welcome the changing places toilet. I just wanted to check if that's so important in terms of disabled accessibility. Just want to check that would be publicly accessible. I just had a few comments. The soft street, which will obviously be the main car access, obviously it's much better to prioritise pedestrians and cycling. I'm interested to know what kind of segregation there'll be on there, whether there'll be traffic calming measures to sort of make it not the primary way of getting in, or make it look less like a car street. Because I'm aware on the Science Park it's quite concrete and hard. And we've had a few pre-apps recently where people, I think, trying to put in speed calming measures and things to just try and make it clear that the car is not the owner of that space. So it's shared. I was interested that you're not reducing cars. I mean, I take your point that it is designed to reduce in future, but this is a highly sustainable site near a park and ride, near lots of buses. So I think as we've said many times, would be very keen. Well, I'd be interested to know the rationale for not reducing the cars further. And obviously, I always mention this cargo bikes. You know, if you want people to be able to cycle in, drop their kids at school, or those with disabilities, I think, you know, there's a good argument that actually a cargo bike can replace a car. So I'd be interested to know how many cargo bike spaces we have. Equally, things like deliveries, you know, I think you said there were sort of drop-off spaces for taxis and things, but, you know, modern living now, people will be getting things delivered to their workplace. Just flag up the glazing. Some of the cross sections made it look like there's a lot of glazing directly into the sun. I think possibly that's not true because you've got the concrete superstructure sort of around the outside, but we are very mindful on this committee, I think, that glazing can add to the heat, and we don't really want to find a situation where we have aircon to offset that. So I think the brise soleil and those kind of things it'd be useful to know a bit more about that. Green walls, I mentioned this in the application this morning. A little sceptical about the longevity of green walls. They tend to become brown walls and then dead walls. So I think when it comes forward to committee, it would be very useful to know how you've maybe worked with the landscaping team to ensure that they don't just end up dying off and looking rubbish. And finally, the view you had, it's really useful to have the indicative view, so thank you for that. The view from the flyover bridge, it was quite a substantial massing. And interestingly, from the views you had, I couldn't see any sort of softening of that from the greenery. So, for example, I think it was the Vitrium building, the one that was on the corner, we saw as that went through pre-app, it sort of scaled itself back a bit and had a bit more, sort of more of the balconies. And I'm just interested why that didn't appear to have the green sides in that view, because it looked quite substantial there and not as soft as some of the other ones. So, sorry, that's quite a long list of things. You might not want to answer them all now.
Councillor Porra, can I just come back in on one thing? I think maybe you can help us with this. On your point C on my list, not reducing cars, I think that is related to the fact that actually there is a significant increase in the number of employees. So it's proportionately maybe deemed to not need that. And as regards the view from the Jane Coston Bridge, of course, they have, as far as I can see, they have set back and terraced the blocks that would have been there, and maybe they can explain, that the representatives can explain that. Thank you. Over to you. Guy Kaddish, thank you.
Hopefully I've noted them right, and we'll get through those. Just on the first one, I can help. So on the changing places, that absolutely will be publicly accessible. We had a very good session with the Disability Consultative Panel, where that was in, and they validated the design and various other aspects of the scheme. It was a very, very healthy input from that panel. Jumping around a little bit, JJ, our landscape consultant, if we could just pass one of these microphones back.
I've got one here. Is that working?
Use one of these. Oh, how do they work now? If you could just talk to the green walls and how we know they will be.
Yes. Yeah, we're also very conscious of green walls and how often they fail. So part of the system we're designing is integrated in the facade, and it will have irrigation and feeding systems within it. And we're developing a maintenance and management strategy that will ensure, along with the species selection, that they do thrive and they do survive.
So other ones included, will the loop road be cycle friendly?
It will be. We've got a transport consultant online, actually. Patrick, if I can invite you to come in a second. And then you could cover deliveries and that design that we've gone through. Or is it Francois?
Could line up somebody to talk about the temperature control with the glass. I'm sure you've planned that. Rick Lanahan, is that? No, because he answers Jute. Who is it who's going to speak on the Loop Road?
I can see Francois. If you could come in, please, and just explain the design we've got to on that Loop Road and the
sure.
integrated.
So, thank you. So in terms of how the vehicular traffic is managed within the site, you can see that by the nature of the design, it takes very much a secondary role. The amount of space which is allocated to vehicular traffic is kept to a minimum just to fulfill the functional needs of the site. So car traffic disappears very quickly into the basement car park at the northeastern side end of the site. Then we have what I would describe as a service road that follows the eastern edge of the site to help taking only taxi and delivery, parcel delivery vehicles to a point in the development where we'll have a bit of a hub for mobility in that location. So it will be important in terms of signage and legibility of the site. And then further south, it's mainly for servicing vehicles accessing those buildings to the southeast of the development. And then the other area which is open to traffic is only for deliveries to those buildings on the western edge of the site. So the vehicular traffic very much taking a secondary role in that development by design. So hopefully that answers the question.
Thank you. That's great. I think probably the reason you're not talking about the Loop Road is because it's technically outside your red line area, is it? But you referred to a soft street. And I think the question was, will that be slightly more friendly to cycles than it is currently?
Oh, on the Loop Road, yes, we are proposing the delivery of a cycle, quite an important cycle facility all along the front edge of the site, and the design of which gives priority to cycle movement across the vehicular site access points. So from a point of view of somebody using a vehicle train to get into the site, they will have to give way to cyclists, and therefore that is intended to show to people using vehicles that they are not the priority users of the space of the site.
Yep, thank you. And were you going to, perhaps somebody else will be talking about the heat management and the quantity of glass and how you're managing heating that?
That's right. If I could hand over to David in a second. I just want to confirm that this is a full application coming forward. That didn't come clear at the start. So this is an application that is what you see is what you get. The whole application is coming forward in detail, and there's tremendous rigour in it. And everything we say has evidence studies that will come forward on wind, solar, shading, all these things, which we can share with you in advance as well through your offices, but certainly will be there embedded in the application and with an environmental statement. So David, if you could please cover the glazing. Do you also want to cover the point about the heights and the terracing in those views?
Yes. We haven't put it into the presentation because it's very long, but when you look at carbon and use, the amount of glazing is obviously a key factor. So the amount of glazing we actually have overall in the whole project is about 27%. So we're aiming for 40% glazing between the floor and the ceiling. And obviously where we put that is kind of the important thing. So there's more glazing where it's more visible to the public realm to bring things forward. But actually the amount of glass is a lot less. Perhaps it looks like it's more. But if we're going to meet our carbon and use targets and our embodied carbon targets, there's a fine balance between the amount of daylight we get in and the thermal bridging that happens inside and out. And that's all based on LETI standards. So the other question was?
Was the terracing, the setting back of the floors to reduce the massing?
Sorry, in A14, yes, thank you. So, yeah, the A14 is an interesting view because you're looking backwards from a car, but there's no pedestrian route. It's the worst view that we possibly have.
Are you actually on a pedestrian bridge there? It's the Jane Coston
No,
Bridge.
Jane Costa Bridge is further along. So that's not, this is the big roundabout. So this is the junction from the flyover, yeah.
Oh, I see.
So,
Right,
that,
so you're on the northern
Jane Costa is
overbridge.
behind you about 500 meters. So if you imagine this is basically looking, first bridge you come to, Jane Costa pedestrian bridge is behind this bridge. This is the elevated roundabout. And this is the view that you would get if you were on your car leaving. And there's actually no cycle route there and there's no footpath there. But it is the most exposed local place that we have. So we've included the view because it is literally the worst place it can be. We also have winter photographs. So the reason that the terracing, I mean, it is there, but it's not particularly green, is again because of our biodiversity strategy. All the planting is seasonal. So in winter, you will not see a verdant green roofscape. In summer, if you look at the position of the trees in front where the tree canopy is, effectively the green terraces start when the tree canopy stops. So in summer, it will feel very green, but in winter, it will obviously be as it should be in the season.
Okay, thank you for addressing all of those questions. I've now got Councillor Richard Williams, then Councillor Bagent, then Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Just one question. It picks up on something that's just been discussed. But could you give us a bit more detail about the height of the buildings in relationship to the buildings around them? I didn't quite get that from the presentation, as how they sit within the broader context.
I can see the answer. I'll tee it up and then David, if you follow. I suppose, so firstly, just in terms of context of height, I think it's always useful in these conversations that we've had to express that we are very engaged in the Area Action Plan evidence base, which is that material consideration that was an agreed position from the start in terms of the process in developing this. And we do sit within the range within that evidence base for this part of the science park. We sit under it. Our tallest building sits under it, and then we have lower buildings and then terraces that again further sit under that upper limit within that assessed evidence-based context. But in terms of our immediate neighbours,
Yeah, so part of the development that we've been talking with officers about is obviously there's a current condition that we have to respect and work with, but then there's the future condition. And we're very aware that the development needs to work for today, but also needs to kind of build towards the future, which is why when we meet the ring road, the buildings are a little bit taller against the ring road. The buildings opposite are 3 stories at this point in time. But it is anticipated that as those development plots come through in the future, they will lift up around the ring road as part of the future strategy.
Sorry to cut in. Can I just ask, how tall is your marker building?
So the marker building is...
And how tall is, for example, the new car park on Milton Road, just as a comparison?
So I can't tell you how tall the car park at Milton Road is. The marker building is 35.45 metres tall. So that is the tallest building. It's 1 story higher than any other building on site. And the buildings sort of cascade from 1 floor below that down to 14.3 metres to the east of the site. So effectively, the site builds up. The interesting thing when we've been going through all the massing conversations with the LVIA views is that because most of the sight lines to the building are quite distant, the overall height is important to kind of capture the position of the development within the site. And the site is seen as kind of a setting the tone for future developments within the park. So we're very heavily orientated toward landscape. I think with officers we talked about that being a generator to set the scene for the future developments. But when you get quite close to the site and when it emerges through the existing landscape, the terraces and those cutbacks are what's much more important, as you saw in the video. So the building massing that is sort of revealed back in perspective, if that makes sense, is diminished because of the tapered massing in front of
Okay,
you.
I think the maximum height is 35.45. We've got perhaps 6 more minutes. So I've got Councillor Bagent and Councillor Smith.
Thank you for coming to speak to us. I'd be very interested, I might have missed it, but how many employees on that site now and how many in the future? What's the rationale for, you build a building 35.4 metres high, which may be an acceptable height, and then you drop it all down. So that means you don't get as many employees on the site. And what is the rationale for doing that? And just my own view here, at this moment, I really don't like the idea that you're going to have car parking. I think it's time, if we're looking to the future, that we stop bringing cars onto these sorts of sites as much as possible to stop traffic. But if you could just do those questions, and I might have a supplementary.
Just make the observation that the terracing of the building came about following consultation, but I'm sure you'll be able to answer those questions, so thank you. How many employees?
In terms of employees, the site directly is likely to support the employment of 5,000 people. But the way that the normal occupancy works, and particularly for a lab-led building like this, it'd be likely that about 3,500 people would be on site across any one day. We've got a mobility strategy that works robustly to that, to build some headroom into that. We haven't used that as a top position, but rather as a base position. In terms of cars and car parking, I think it's been picked up that we are in that no net increase. It's been a term being used on the Cambridge Science Park for some time now, that if you have an uplift in floor space, you don't have an uplift in car parking. But more than that, within this scheme, and David, you might want to talk to this after me, we've put a lot of rigour into the car parking in a basement situation, and tried very hard to make sure that this would be able to be repurposed. If we can all, and we do agree that in the future car parking requirements will reduce, that we can be part of that reduction in the future, repurpose it for other elements. Do you want to add on?
Yeah. So obviously there's a transitional change which has to happen, and there is a heavy reliance on car at the moment. Moving to more sustainable modes of transport, I absolutely agree, has to be the way forward. But I think developments, we're pushing as hard as we can on the ratios of occupants and relying as much on existing infrastructure as possible at the beginning. The management plan for mobility will be active, obviously, and will be monitored throughout the project and after the project. And as the mobility shift changes, the idea is that the car parking is over 2 stories, so we can reduce the impact and we can start to repurpose the basements for life science uses within those spaces and cut car parking back. But I suppose at the moment we feel that until the other modes of transport are all there, and you have to kind of use a carrot, I suppose, so that's why we're putting so much investment into the end-of-trip facilities. Cargo bikes are all, there are lots of cargo bikes. We have scooter hubs. We have Amazon delivery drop-off areas. So those are all forming part of our mobility strategy. And I think that in terms of the number, starting with what we have, but with the increase in area, is our starting point, and we feel that that's quite robust, but we are very aware that we want that to be pulled down, and I think that will happen over time.
It is a balance between now being able... It is a balance between not putting pressure on a neighborhood around us with extra parking and spillover, and being ready to change to the repurposing these car parkings when the right time come. And we found through consultation in balancing, we found that right spot where we don't start by any increase in car park provisions, but have opportunity to reuse that space for the science as better provisions come in place. It's difficult, but we think we have good strategy in place to manage both. Thank you.
Very much. And could somebody just address the point about the original design and the change in the design to the terrace design?
Yes, so originally we had more stepping and more terraces. So, for example, building C cascaded down again towards the edge of the site. And through the consultation with the officers, it was felt that it should be something that is more compact and straightforward. The terracing that we have on the other two buildings is very, very much to mediate between the pedestrian approach routes and the existing buildings, which are adjacent to our site and not on the other side of the road. So the buildings quite quickly accelerate up to what we feel is the right sort of height. It's just the terraces have a lot of impact in terms of minimizing the sort of abruptness of the scale change, but also they give us biodiversity, which again is really important.
Thank you. And yes, there was a question about the number of employees. Do you happen to know how many are employed in these buildings currently?
We don't have that number, but just to sort of give you a sense, the reason we don't have that number is because the majority of the buildings are vacant and have been delisted, and 2 of the buildings are becoming vacant in the next 12 months. So
Thank you very much.
it's difficult to know that number, but I would guess at its optimum, given what was there when it was fully utilised, it would have been about a third of the numbers we've just been talking about.
Thank you. So, Councillor Smith, you were the last person to put your hand up.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I've got a number of questions. I'll just start off with materiality. I noticed that you said that the buildings were built in the 1990s. So how long are these buildings going to last? I just note, before you make that answer, the 440 building, which we considered on the 20th of September 23, is forecast to have a 100-year life. And I would hope that you will be matching, if not exceeding, that, because it's no good just having low embedded carbon for this building. It's got to last a long time for it to be for us to be able to take that claim seriously. They used minimum prefabricated, well, they used a minimum precast concrete, which is stiffened by prefabricated laminated timber. So I'd be interested in know your response to that question. And also on 440, the applicants told us that they were integrating their landscape strategy for the site with Trinity's wider landscaping, and you're bang next door and you've got landscaping plans. We'd like to know how well integrated they are with what's going to be happening at 440. So it's seamless. You don't know whether you're going from one bit of the parkland to another. On movement and the modal shift that you're proposing, I just asked the rhetorical question, is that heroic? So I think when it comes to the consideration of your full planning application, I think we'll need to see how well justified that heroic modal shift and how practical and deliverable that is. So I think that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Councillor Smith, can I just check? By heroic, do you mean, is it achievable?
Heroic?
Yeah,
No.
is that what you mean?
No,
is it achievable?
Well, I think heroic is a bit like exceptional, stretching target, yeah.
So, the question is it
well
over-ambitious or is it achievable?
It's possibly over-ambitious. I mean, for example,
Okay, no, it's
if we
just
got, I'm just giving you an example. There's 3,500 people on site, and the top modal shift for cycles is 50%. You've got 1,750 people arriving on their bikes,
Okay.
which is
Just
heroic.
wanted to understand
Yeah.
what your drift was. Okay.
I'll make a start on that, if I may, and then I'll pass over to the architect on the matters. So I think the architect can talk about long life, loose fit, because I think that's really where you're going, which is quite right. And you're singing to our tune, so we'd enjoy answering that question. Because you can't justify this level of intervention unless you're thinking about 100-year life buildings, for obvious reasons, when you think about carbon in a truly sustainable way. But I'll let my team talk to that, and that will run through to the materials and the choice of materials and the sustainability imperative that sits behind that. As far as 440 is concerned and a cohesive landscaping strategy, because this is sort of almost setting the code for the balance of the reimagination, let's say, at Cambridge Science Park, we couldn't work more closely with Trinity. It's evidenced, I think, by the fact that, and David mentioned in the presentation, that our red line's been extended down to the waterfront. They've basically given us that bit of landscape in order to make sure that there is that level of cohesion and control, so that there's single ownership and conjoined ownership, finishing a cohesive landscape strategy as it wraps around and goes to 440. So the green spine is crucial. How we manage that with them has been carefully thought through. We meet with them on a regular basis. And similarly, the partnership extends, as I've probably heard when I was talking.
Richard, sorry, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but we are on a very tight
Apologies.
schedule. Can I just ask that those questions lie with you and you bear them in mind when you bring an application to us? And I just wanted to check, did Councillor Hawkins have a final question to leave with the applicants?
Yes, I did, thank you. No mention has been made of the number of cycle parking that you're providing, especially when you're doing this modal shift. You mentioned, I think I saw that there's one building that has green walls, but it looked like it's maybe not green walls. Does it or does it not?
Cycle parking and another question about green walls. Can I leave those thoughts with you? You know what we're interested in and we're likely to ask questions about as and when an application comes to us. So thank you very much indeed. Thank you for bringing your cohort of willing people to answer questions. Thank you so much. But we'll move on if we may. Thank you very much indeed. sorry, do go ahead with your presentation. All of that I should have said with the microphone on. But never mind. Jane? What I should say is that we'll be starting at about 2:10, so you'll have 15 to 20 minutes for your presentation, and then we'll take questions, and I will stop us at around 2:55. Okay? Thank you very much.
Can you all hear me? Oh, yes. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. My name's Paul White. I'm the project manager on the new Marshall Motor Park development at Cambridge Wing. Marshall Motor Group is a privately owned subsidiary of Constellation Automotive Group. Marshalls have around 200 properties across the UK and represent about 20 different manufacturers. The group's been operating motor-related businesses in Cambridge for over 100 years and remains a large employer of multi-skilled colleagues. Just for a bit of clarification, Marshall Motor Group isn't part of Marshall Group Properties or the old airport site that's developing the Marley site. The Marshall Motor Group was split from that company, although having the same name a year or so ago. I'm here together with our civil and structural engineer, Steve English, to talk to you briefly about the proposals for the commercial development of the land to the rear of the Volvo, Jaguar Land Rover and Ford development along Newmarket Road. So, why are we doing this? Well, simply, it's the gradual next step of relocation of the existing car dealerships along the Newmarket Road, and it's the next phase to allow the Marley development to continue with the development of Austin Street, which serves the residential developments. So that, let's go back on. So that's what we're relocating at the moment, which is a development called the Crescent for Marshalls. We've been involved in this project since 2016, and some of you might have witnessed that we've already relocated a number of businesses along Newmarket Road, namely Volvo, Jaguar Land Rover and Ford, and we've also relocated some businesses at the back, which is namely the Ford Transit Centre and the Ford Body Shop Operations, which is already being developed by the residential Marley project.
Can I just ask that you put that on slideshow view?
It wouldn't share.
Wouldn't do it? Oh, okay, right.
I tried to.
No, that's fine.
I tried to share the slide view, but it went to something else. No.
Okay, thank you very much for trying.
Oh, is that not sharing?
It is. But
It's
not
just
sharing slide view.
it's showing it in your note view.
Oh, okay.
But don't worry, we can
I'm
cope with
having
that.
to manually move forward.
Okay, so the next step is to relocate the remaining businesses. Excuse me, back a second. So the businesses that we've relocated are the ones currently shown in yellow. Some of those have already gone. The ones to the north have gone. The Body Shop and the Ford Transit, and some of the businesses on the Crescent have already moved. But fundamentally, we're trying to relocate all of that yellow into what's known as the B2 land at the moment.
Just before you go on from that slide, just so to orientate us, we've got Newmarket Road running east-west along the bottom.
Yes.
You've got Marley encompassing the north and the east side of the site.
So,
thank you. And you've got another industrial purpose on the west, haven't you? No, residential.
Residential to the west,
yep.
yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. The piece of land allocated to us is under the original outline planning consent for Marley developments for automotive use, and we've been in negotiation with a number of different and existing brand partners to create another exciting and innovative development to continue the long history of Marshall Motor Group in Cambridge. We've also been working very closely and for a long time with the council's planning officers under a PPA, and we've had a quality panel review and also presented at the public consultation a couple of weeks ago. So the project overview, the Northworks B2 site And apologies about the confusion of the renaming it. We're actually going to run a competition with the local sort of residents of Marley to come up with a name for it. As long as it doesn't come up with Boaty McBoatface type thing, we'll run a competition for that. So we're calling it...
I can predict the British public, but
No, well,
good luck.
We'll have to be selective on that. But yes, we'll work with the Marley group and the residents of Consultees there. So the development as a whole is dependent on the relocation of the existing dealerships from the Crescent to the new site. So you can go to the drawing there, I suppose. The new development will create a number of different buildings. There'll be potentially 4 additional or relocated dealerships on the front of Austin Street, which is the new road being done by Marley. It's that one there. With an...
Austin Street is the road on the right-hand side.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's that one there. So that's potentially 4 new car showrooms and workshop facilities. And then to the rear of that, we've got after-sales facilities, which Steve will highlight there, a multi-storey car park, valet and wash facilities to the rear, a load of EV charging to the rear there, and then that's separated from the residential areas with a large swale, which is the area in green at the north. And then at the front, there is an extension to the Ford dealership, which is Ford Car After Sales. Marshall Motor Group were, until the separation of the 2 Marshall companies, under a joint PPA for the whole site. But a decision to separate the Marshall Motor Group Reserve Matters application from the wider development was taken when the company split. The issues associated, we believed, with the development of a car dealership are quite unique and different from those associated with the housing development. To this end, the planning performance agreement was signed with the officers for the Northworks site to take it to fruition. So on that basis, the design history, the design that we've currently got has changed a great deal from what we originally drew, and that's come from working very closely with James and the rest of the planning team. The first scheme that presented was a very traditional car dealership, which is basically sort of individual car dealerships separated with their own facilities, their own workshops. And that's through working with James and Sarah Chubb at the Urban Design team has changed significantly. Numerous meetings with the team have taken place, and we've evolved it to where we currently sit at the moment. A number of versions of the scheme have been considered, and for a variety of reasons, the scheme before you today has emerged as the best solution to the needs, requirements, and desires of all parties. And these proposals have considered the following: the relationship to the proposed housing on both the east and the north side, sustainability, obviously very high on our agenda, the impact on the highway network, sustainable drainage solutions, increasing green space, biodiversity, water usage, materials recycling, acoustics and noise, the needs of the Marshall's business, and brand requirements, which we have no control of. So some of the finishes of some of the signage and buildings could be dictated by the different brands that we could be working with. Several meetings have taken place in virtually end of person, and we've undertaken a quality panel review where several suggestions have been taken on board. Last week we presented to the community forum. So the proposed design, as we've briefly said, the dealership building fronting Austin Street has been designed to reflect the building style of the new Marley School. So if we, so that's a good image there. So we've gone for a north light roofing system, which is what they've got at the Marley School development. The north light design reflects also the heritage of the wider area and the association with the aerospace industry. The building has been designed to offer flexibility to house up to 4 dealerships where dividing walls are constructed, which could change in the future. This benefit of being able to change the dealerships in the future obviously also helps our building recycling where space can be repurposed. The 2 buildings behind for commercial serve servicing, and the second is multi-storey car park. Again, if we go to the images of those, it's those 2 buildings to the rear. If we get the drawing up. So those buildings there are a Ford commercial workshop and a multi-storey car park. And there are some elevation images there and some better images there. So the building to the right, the timber-clad building, is a multi-storey car park. To the rear of that building is the Ford Transit after-sales building, and you'll see at the very front of that image the swale and the valet and EV charging areas. The building to the left is the showroom with the North Light roof system.
Is this a view from the north?
That's a view from the north, yes.
That's looking back towards Newmarket Road.
Quite a good image as well. So that is a view of the showroom building from the new Austin Street development. So that building will be sitting behind the existing Ford and Jaguar Land Rover sites, and it obviously incorporates the North Light roof system, the EV bays at the back, a lot of green space on the front, and the swale in the distance. North of the development will be an enclosed valet area and electric vehicle charging facilities. So again, you can see those on that image there. So that's the north of the site. To the right-hand side is the swale and the green areas. You can see the EV charging, and then to the top of that will be the valeting facilities. And the green space provides the sustainable drainage for the site in the form of a swale, as well as enhancing the biodiversity on site. Building heights are generally in line with the outline planning approval, with the exception of the stairwells to the car park area. It's been agreed with the local authority that this will be covered through a separate non-material amendment to the outline planning process, which we're in the process of doing. Through the PPA process, a number of changes have been incorporated. Most recently, the quality panel suggested that the use of high-level glazing should be explored to break up the massing of the proposed Ford car after-sales building, which is those areas there, to provide interest and help balance the overall appearance with the existing building. This suggestion has been incorporated, including the use of climbing fence to the north facade. The use of climbing fence also helps us to improve urban cooling. So just a quick flick through some of the drawings, and I can explain those. So that is the elevations of the extension to the Ford car showroom, the existing Ford car showroom. And the extension is the building to the right-hand side, which is a Ford after-sales facility. And then to the north of that, we've got the big green areas, the climbing walls. And that building is shown in that image there. So that's to the rear of Ford, the existing dealership. And then, that is elevations and plans of the EV charging bays. So we've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 20 odd EV charging bays, which will be used during the day for Marshall's use, but we will open those up to the public in the evenings.
So just trying, sorry, apologies about the sharing. It's not wanting to do this. I'll have to go hand this, so bear with me 1 moment. So the access and the movement plans have been produced for both vehicles and pedestrian and cycle movements. The parking strategy indicates a very different parking and special requirements for the site operation. The areas fronting onto Austin Street for display and demonstrate the areas. The customer parking is right in front of the showroom buildings, but the areas that are marked up pink are effectively not car parking per se. They're more the shop floor, the supermarket sales. So it's not for general vehicle movements, it's for the display of products. The vehicle movement plan demonstrates the all servicing vehicles, car transporters, parts deliveries, will be via the West Road, which is to the left-hand side of the new development, which is the light blue. And Austin Street is primarily used for customers, staff arrivals on foot, by bicycle and by private vehicle only. So the intention is that no commercial vehicles will be using Austin Street. Cycle parking is provided in 3 locations: in the frontage of Unit 1, within the frontage of the Ford store, to allow customers to park vehicles when arriving for servicing, unload and park their bikes whilst booking in, and then cycle onto their onward destination, with the reverse when they come to collect their vehicles. Secure staff cycle parking will be provided with the staff amenity area and adjacent to the multi-storey. So there's a secure parking for there and temporary parking for visitors. Continuous pedestrian links are provided throughout the site to link all areas of the site with Austin Street and Newmarket Road, as shown on the attached pedestrian cycle.
So the items in red and orange are pedestrian and cycle routes onto the site and around the site.
So comments made during the pre-application discussions on the proposed pedestrian and cycle access strategy have been fully incorporated within the latest layout. The proposed on-site parking provision complies with the requirements of the adopted SCDC parking standards for the proposed floor areas, staff numbers, and meets the operational needs of the development. The colour-coded parking layout indicates the split of staff and customer parking. A full breakdown on the proposed parking provision against the adopted standards will be provided as part of the submitted transport assessment. A review of the draft transport assessment has been undertaken by Cambridge County Council Highways as part of the pre-application discussions. The comments have been incorporated within an updated version of the transport assessment, which will also be updated accordingly for submission to cover the proposed access and parking strategy, including the diagram showing access routes through the development. Wayfinding signs will be incorporated into the design to ensure that it is clear and obvious where people should be able to go. The potential use of technology to control access was welcomed by the quality panel through ANPR use of cameras, but this must be robust and easy for everyone to use. The North Works itself at the moment is a fully 100% impermeable site area that has an unrestricted discharge into the Thorpeway ditch at the northwest corner of the site. So we've been in continuous dialogue with the lead local flood authority, Cambridge County Council, and they have advised that the post-development discharge rate from the site should be as close as practicable to the greenfield rate. To achieve this reduction, a significant proportion of the application site has been allocated to the provision of a drainage swale to collect, convey and store the runoff from the proposed development. The discharge from the swale is to be controlled by the use of a vortex control, a flow control device. The proposed drainage system has been modelled and the discharge rate has been restricted to a maximum of 15 litres a second. This has been determined appropriate to prevent flooding from the site for all rainfall events up to a 1 in 100 year return, plus allowance for 40% for climate change. This represents a 97% reduction from the existing unrestricted discharge of 587 litres a second. That's the peak discharge. No.
Can I just check, how are we doing with your presentation? Are we nearly there?
Nearly there, yes.
Splendid.
The landscaping architect engaged for this development is the same as the landscaping architect involved in the wider Marley scheme to bring continuity to the proposals. The area to the north of the site will provide a significant green space, significantly increasing the biodiversity from the site that was previously densely covered by hardstanding and industrial buildings. Landscaping has also been provided to the Austin Road frontage with the overall site, and there will be an extensive use of yew trees within the landscaping with the added advantage of absorbing gases and many other shrubs. The landscaping proposals include climbing plants on buildings, extensive tree planting to create buffers to the north boundary with the residential properties, planted green new hedging to the front boundaries, incorporating security hoops, trees and recessed seating to create green feature along Austin Road, tree lines, staff amenity areas and undercover cycle parking facility. And the swale area will be heavily vegetated as well, maximising the biodiversity. Differing paving palettes have also been adopted, including grasscrete for the display areas, boundary treatment following the quality panel, including weld mesh fence and timber inserts, and metal estate fencing around the swale has also been incorporated.
Steve, very quickly, a couple of statements.
Can I ask you to draw to a close shortly?
Okay, yep. Biodiversity net gain is 100%. Sustainability, we're going for BREEAM Excellent, which is an internationally recognised certification process. We've got the extensive use of PV on the North Lights to help with the EV charging bays and the added benefit of energy storage and grid balancing opportunities in the future. The buildings are naturally ventilated using monogas and heated with air source heat pumps and underfloor heating. Water use is kept to a minimum with all water reduction credits being sought.
Sorry, all of this is fascinating stuff, and I'm sure we'll see it when we see the application. Okay. But can I ask you to, I'll stop you now.
That's fine.
And I'm going to move to the questions from members. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry you've had difficulty with the presentation, but thank you very much for persisting with that and for showing us on your presentation the points that you were meaning. So I just wanted to ask a couple of basic, simple, navigational understanding. What is the intention for the site fronting onto Newmarket Road? Because this, what you're talking about, is the site that fronts onto Austin Road, isn't it? Can I just understand what the function will be? Will it stay as a marshal's area? Or will
Yes, Newmarket Road is the newly developed Volvo, Jaguar Land Rover and Ford sites that have been completed in the last 4 or 5 years. So they will remain.
But they'll remain. What kind of application are you likely to be bringing forward to us? Will it be an outline or will it be a full?
No, this is a reserved matters.
Oh, it's reserved matters, okay. If customers are approaching from Austin Road to buy a car,
yes,
how will they approach the building and park if they're in their existing car? And likewise, how will drivers who are wanting to drop off cars for servicing, how will they approach the building?
So on the plan here, we have a number of access routes off Austin Street. So all the access will come up Austin Street, and then depending on which brand of vehicle they've got, they'll either turn first left, which will take them to Ford, Jaguar Land Rover and Volvo, or the second or third lefts into the new development with the new car showrooms at the back. So that'll be for new cars. Likewise for servicing, depending on the brand, they'll come in that way and park at the front. They'll still check in within the showrooms because that's where the service receptions are, and then the individual dealers will move cars round to the rear to put them into a multi-storey car park.
Much for that orientation. Members, has anybody any questions? Councillor Porra? Yep. Off you go.
Thank you, it's gone red now. Oh yeah, thank you. No, thank you very much for the presentation. A few minor points. Cargo bike parking, I always mention it, but again, if you're serious about people using it as their commute route or dropping cars off, it's important to ensure you do have cargo bike parking as well and adaptable. Because I mentioned earlier as well, green walls. I think you probably heard from 2 previous applications today, there is some scepticism about whether they just die off. So I think it would be useful when you come back to reserve matters to have some reassurance that this is going to be properly irrigated and maintained, otherwise it will just be dead, which I know you'd want to avoid as well. Oh, okay, that would be great. I think my biggest question, partly, I just wondered if you could talk about why the stairwell heights will exceed the parameter plans for the multi-storey car park. But also, what is the multi-storey car park for? Obviously, I appreciate your car dealership, so by definition you'll have cars. Is this where you're parking stock, or is this like a public car park, or is this for staff or for visitors? Because you know, it's quite a substantial multi-storey car park. I just wasn't quite clear what it's for.
Fundamentally, the existing Marshall's provision of space on the site is approaching 28,000 metre square development now. The B2 land is just under 22,000. So there's a substantial shrinking of the plan area, and that's before we start to incorporate greenery. At the moment, there is none. We're also introducing a ditch and a swale. Now, drainage features are space hungry. They need a lot of space to accommodate the water. So when consolidating the operations down into a smaller footprint, to have the appropriate level of space that we need to accommodate vehicles, we've got to go up a little bit.
So this is for vehicles, not for employees as such?
This will be for employees and for service vehicle parking, but not for the general public to drive in there and park vehicles.
And are you able to just, sorry, Chair, to add in, what's the other side of the multi-storey car park? Because you said there's a swale, but that looked quite flat. You know, I was imagining quite a big hump, but I think it's what is going to be against that multi-storey car park? Is that going to be residential housing? It would be useful, certainly when you come back for planning permission, to have something with a little bit more of the overall site around there. Yeah. So it's...
Yeah.
For reserve matters to actually see what that is butting up against and what the distances are and how there might be some visual screening potentially.
Unfortunately, my computer's not really helping us out on this. The multi-storey car park is this building here. Then we've got a much smaller valet building here, but behind that is the ditch swale and the developed trees providing the buffer. This is the residential houses, yes, as part of the Marley recent application that's gone in.
So, as Councillor Pora asked, will you be making provision for people who arrive by bike and cargo bike?
Yes, there is. I think we've got 80 odd number of parking spaces, and there is provision for the larger bikes in the area. We've got a large cycle parking area in the Stafford Minty area and public area. So yeah, I think we've got 8 different cycle parking areas.
And the question about you've understood the members' concerns about green walls. I'm just going to leave that thought with you.
Yes.
But the question was, why will stairwell heights exceed the height of the building parameter plans of the...
Yeah, it exceeds by, I think, a metre or so. It's just outside of the outline plan. So the reason is to get access onto the top floor of the car park. We are looking at it. It's quite a new proposal. So it was 2 weeks ago that we had this discussion with the planning team over how we address that.
I'd like to ask also, what provision is there for capture of water from your car washing area before it goes into the swale?
The water from the car washing area doesn't go into the swale. That is surface water only.
Quite. That's absolutely appropriate, but your car washing area is right next to the swale. So that's why I was wondering, will there be an interception?
It's a closed system and will be treated and intercepted before it goes anywhere. Right. But it will not enter the swale.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Levine.
Well, I'm just trying to sort of understand this. Am I right in saying that you're taking the existing facilities, which are there now, adding a bit, because you're adding some EV, I think, from what I can make out, and you're putting that into a smaller space and going up? Are you increasing the number?
Essentially, yes. As a whole, the Marshall's provision has lost businesses because of the consolidation in the site area. So primarily, we are trying to relocate existing businesses into a smaller development area. Some businesses have already been, unfortunately, lost because the brand partners wouldn't wait for the time that it takes for all the development. So there's been a loss of some business already. There is a consolidation of what is there now into a smaller footprint area with the additional provision of soft landscaping, drainage features, bicycle parking, extensive bicycle parking. I mean, cargo bikes there'll be provision for that, but out of necessity, majority of people visiting the site would be bringing a vehicle to be serviced or dropping one off to pick up another one. So there is a lot of provision for cycle parking, and the secure parking will be for staff out the back, and the temporary parking for people that have got the bike on the back of the car that they can go off. But essentially, to answer your question, it's a consolidation.
Trying to make more efficient use of the space and get
Absolutely.
More into it. Any other questions, members? No? Okay, right. So thank you very much indeed for your presentation. Thank you for managing tricky IT. That does help. Thank you so much. And we look forward to seeing your application in due course. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, members. Right, okay, so we'll just take 2 minutes while we switch presenters. Thank you. Can you take us offline, James? Thank you very much. Right, so back we are again. We've got our final pre-application developer briefing, which is number 8 on our agenda. This is Cambridge Biomedical Campus Phase 2. It's the proposed development at 2000 and 3000 Discovery Drive and the multi-storey car park. And our case officer with us is Julia Briggs, who's been working with the developers. And present in person, perhaps you'd indicate as I call your name so I know who you are. Andrew Blevins from Prologis, thank you. Ross McWatt from Scott Brownrigg, the architect, thank you. Gareth Miller from Scott Brownrigg, thank you. John Akers Coyle from Growth Industry, the landscape design, and there's a Jenny Hainsworth from Bidwells, thank you very much. And I think we've got Guy Caddish again from Bidwells and Derek Lloyd from Prologis. Thank you very much indeed. And there are a panoply of other lovely folk online if we should have any questions that these good folk can't answer. So, right. I remind you, we very much appreciate if you stuck to your 20 minutes for your presentation, 15 to 20 minutes max. We'll then have 25 minutes, and I aim to finish this lovely session by 3:30. So, over to you.
Thank you. That's right.
Sorry, and members, sorry, again, remember members, we're asking questions, not expressing views when we come to that bit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, if I can introduce myself, Andrew Blevins from Prologis Developments. That name might be slightly less familiar, but don't be confused because I have been involved in the project for about 20 years now under the guise of Liberty Property Trust. So we were the developers in conjunction with Countryside Properties who brought the 2,500 home expansion on the southern fringe, Clay Farm, and the first phase expansion of the biomedical campus. And Liberty was taken over, just so you have a little bit of context, by Prologis, and here we are continuing our expansion proposals into the life science project. So I have a little bit of tenure on the project. By way of background, we're one of the largest real estate developer owner-managers in the world. We have presence on 4 continents. It gives us a huge reach to customer profile. We'd like to think that we know intimately what's going on customer demand across numerous sectors. And as I've just said, we've got quite an extensive tenure on the campus. As a reminder, we've spent upwards of about £70 million on infrastructure. So that tends to be the stuff that you might not ordinarily see, but it does include guided busways, Addenbrooke's Road, and utilities, etc. So that's just that, not let alone the buildings. It goes without saying that we are thrilled to be still part of what is quite clearly head and shoulders the most important and largest medical R&D health science campus in Europe. It isn't a science park, it isn't a business park. We stay away from that nomenclature. And why? Because of its unique in combination discovery and application of those discoveries in a clinical and industrial environment. So we often talk about that holy trinity of academic excellence and research, clinical excellence and industrial application being on one campus. If you ever wanted to think about why is this a bit different? We've worked hard as a team because it is a big campus. It's now spreading to in excess of 175, almost 200 acres with phase 2, to make sure that we deliver here and talk about a holistic solution to the rest of that phase 2 commercial expansion. We know that there have been other applications on the campus, but we have sought and done our hardest to make sure that our development resolves itself so that you get a sense of what is happening, not only with the next building, but the rest of the commercial phase 2, and how it will speak to and play its part in possible future expansion to the south. We know that that scale of development comes with sustainability responsibilities. We are committed corporately, let alone locally, to have a carbon neutral construction program by 2025 and the only developer in the world to have won the HRH Terra Carta Seal for sustainability. What does that mean on the campus? It means that we've got a 20% reduction in car parking for the next buildings compared to 1000 Discovery Drive, but also just a little bit of history. We actually had rights to deliver car parking at a much greater ratio than we did on phase 1. So technically, I'm pleased to say that actually we're looking at a 50% reduction where car parking could have been on the campus with
Sorry, Mr.
what would
Bellins, can I just point out that we're a bit lost because you haven't shown us where you're talking about. So if you could start with your presentation so we know
Oh, okay.
the part of
I'm
the
sorry.
site that you're talking
Right,
about. That would be really
right,
helpful.
my mistake.
Thank
Okay.
you.
I'll do what the boss says. We're here presenting a reserve matters application. So we have an outline planning consent for phase 2 development of 75,000 square metres on the biomedical campus. And we're here to present to you our ideas as a reserve matters application for the next 2 buildings and a multi-storey car park on that campus. Design and vision, we're working hard to increase amenity value on the campus. Bluntly, a few more places to hang out, as we would call it. With 1000 Discovery Drive, we've got an open house cafe and meeting room space that we've created. We're going to leverage off that and bring more hangout space as we develop the rest of the park. Most excitingly, the team are going to talk to you in detail about an innovative cycle park feature that we're bringing to the project, and we continue to evolve our design to create what I've called a flexible property ladder. So not just big guys, AstraZeneca's, but the smaller guys as well. So with that, I'll hand over to the rest of the team to dive a little bit deeper into the specifics of the next buildings.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, are we on now? Apologies. As you can see, this bird's eye view actually gives you a really great overview actually of the context, where you can see the red strip, which is phase 2 of Cambridge Biomedical Campus. And you can see to the south the allocated land being brought forward for phase 3. And to the north of Dame Mary Archway, you can see phase 1, the expansion of phase 1. So that sets you in a position of where we are. And then as you can actually see sort of photographically within that red strip, you can see the ABCAM building to the sort of western side of phase 2, and then the building in the middle there is 1000 Discovery Drive. And it's important just to give you some context of where we've got to. It was quite important from the outline permission that we were to actually develop buildings that had an alikeness, a bit like a family of cousins. And so as you can see on the left, that's ABCAM with, you can see some rich dark grey brickwork and some aluminium fins. And you can see that verticality on the north facade of 1000 Discovery Drive and also the shared brickwork. But they're different designs, different looking, but they share similar personalities. The interesting thing, obviously, on the 1000 Discovery Drive is that you can also see how the building is nestled into the landscape, and just being reminded that this is a landscape-led scheme. So that's very, very important, and you'll see what we mean by that as we go through. And here we are. Here's the master plan of phase 2. As you can see, there's a split there of about 2/3 to 1/3 of the clinical land to the east, and the site that we're talking about to the west, which obviously shows ABCAM and 1000 Discovery Drive, but also shows 2000 and 3000 that we're talking to you about today, and the multi-storey car park. It's important, we think it's important to show to you the context of phase 3 being brought forwards, and the buildings, the expansion of phase 1 with the Children's Hospital to the north. And you can see there how these buildings have to engage with the outer context and the links that you're going to get, which we'll talk to you later with regards to links to the Cambridge South Station and the extended road to the southeast, which takes you to Babraham. So that's all very important. Let's move to the next slide. And there you can see in a little bit more detail the buildings nestled into the landscape. And importantly, as you can now see within that landscape, there's the cycle park, which means that we've got 450 cycles hidden within the landscape. And you can start to see the links between the buildings and the routes running through between. We've worked very hard on these plans. You can see the plans working very hard in terms of servicing. It's good to sort of remind us that these are not office buildings, these are industrial life science buildings, and therefore they have to perform in a way that there's heavy servicing, and obviously there's people that are visiting these buildings and going between these buildings and spaces.
Before you just go on from that slide, can I just clarify? Abcam building on the left is already there.
Yes.
The multi-storey car park to the left of the Abcam building is currently a ground level car park which you're planning to build on.
Yes.
Building 1,000 is already permitted, but not yet built. 2,000 and 3,000 are what you're talking about
No, 1,000 is built up.
1,000 is
let,
built, up and let, okay. 2,000 and 3,000 are what we're looking at. 4,000 is a twinkle in someone's eye at the moment. It's not there yet, and we haven't got applications.
But important to show resolution of the master plan.
But the cycle park that you're referring to is the horseshoe-shaped green space
Yes.
below 2,000. Right, thank you.
We go to the next. Go to the next slide. This is just to show you a touch on the sustainability aspects. We're meeting all the minimum requirements from a planning point of view, but we're also pushing the envelope on those requirements. We're well in excess of the minimum 10% biodiversity net gain. With regard to water, we are looking at rainwater harvesting. We're looking at greywater harvesting as well. From a BREEAM point of view, yes, we'll be achieving BREEAM Excellent, but we'll be pushing further on that. So we'll be going above and beyond what we achieved on 1,000 Discovery Drive. Just to talk to you about the buildings, first thing just to say that these are parameter plan compliant buildings. They are showing in these images how they're activating against the street level. We're also showing the sort of the hierarchy of materials. You've got some very strong sort of stone and brick, and then the lighter aluminium and glazing, which shows the activity which is going behind. Also, we're taking up the brickwork all the way to the top, so we're hiding the plant so that it's actually nestled behind, so it's similar in a way to 1,000 Discovery Drive. And we're also looking at the articulation on the facades, where the mullions at ground and first level are set quite far apart. And then as you go up through the facade, they become closer, so it gives a lightness to the facade. If we go to the next one as well. And as you can see here, in comparison to the first one, so this is 3,000 Discovery Drive, and as we said before, this is a family of buildings, so there's a likeness of the brickwork and the anodized aluminium. The brickwork is very important because in terms of sustainability, in terms of a sun path running around the building, that we have a good proportion between glazing and solid. And again, at ground level, you can see some lightness in terms of glazing where we're activating on the corners. So if you look at the next slide. You can see on this plan how we're sort of activating those corners in terms of amenity spaces. Just to note that obviously we have looked at the context of the wider park and looked at the amenities that are offered, and we feel that a convenience store, a grab and go, and a sort of a wellness facility would work well with the existing mix. So we're adding to that existing mix. And here's some images of the kind of spaces that may offer. Again, activating the corners and obviously route between. And I'll just pass on to discussing now to John about the wayfinding and route site.
Okay, thanks, Ross. So as Ross has mentioned there, on the ground floor of the proposed 2 new buildings, active
well-defined entrances, active science on show, where we have lab space, interacting with pedestrian footpaths. And we see that as plugging into a wider wayfinding strategy for the Phase 2 campus, whereby we have clear direct routes from, say, the bus stop, the future train station arriving next year, within 5 minutes walk, plugging into the cycle network, and also, as mentioned, the multi-storey car park to the west. So there's a system and a framework of logical direct movements and placemaking with a sequence of courts, landscape courts, that deliver on clear understanding of identity and where one is within the campus. On the next slide, zooming in more into the immediate reserve matters landscape around 2,000 and 3,000 Discovery Drive. Not only does the proposal extend the northern promenade by another 150 metres, so a shared pedestrian cycle route to the north, similarly a footpath to the south with its wooded buffer, but it also starts to really inject a high degree of landscape sustainability within this scheme you're seeing on screen. So between 2,000 and 3,000, we're looking to take, say, half the amount of water runoff from the roof and plug it directly into a series of linear central rain gardens. So the landscape is self-irrigating. We're utilising water for landscape, but equally, half of that roof runoff will go into internal rainwater harvesting and grey water recirculation within the building. So we're doing the best we can to utilise that seasonal runoff and rainfall that occurs. Those central rain gardens lead one down to an expansive southern court, akin to the Abcam South Court, 75, 76 metres in length, 40 metres deep, within which, as has been mentioned, is a central mounded feature of biodiverse meadow, beneath which, I'll come on to shortly, is the location of one unique cycle park facility. But around that, within the southern court, a series of wooded buffers, shaded areas, and places where people can gather. Particularly here, looking at the southern elevation of 2,000 across the southern court, high density of native, large growing trees, which can help to sort of mitigate wind, populate the site with shade and places to pause, but give us that contrast of within a well-enclosed courtyard, places to spend time, particularly for public and community to come together. And going within and under the character of the southern court on the next slide, a series of sinuous meandering pathways, like I say, picnic areas, shaded areas, places for outdoor working. We've learnt what's happened post-pandemic, the desire to have outdoor places to gather, but also places of sun and exposure. So the introduction of a gentle undulation, particularly in and around the cycle park meadow, allows users to enjoy and embrace the southerly views towards the Gog Hills. And as one continues around on the next slide to the north side of the southern courts, where you have connections back within 30 seconds to 1,000 Discovery Drive and its cafe opportunity. The central access route that Ross mentioned that not only deals with servicing and loading requirements, but also provides blue badge parking spaces within 50 metres of the front doors. But importantly, in this view, introduces the notion of entry and approach to the semi-sunken cycle park. So we set ourselves the challenge on the next slide of how to, as ever with projects of this size, with projects in Cambridge, to deal with the number of cycle parking requirements, plus 500, almost nearing 600 of developments of this size. And rather than being saddled with the past in terms of perhaps expecting to see lines and lines of cycle stands, potential areas of damage and theft and risk, we know all the challenges posed with large areas. We felt there's a fantastic opportunity to reappraise how one might accommodate and combine an array of cycle stands within one unique facility. So what we're very keen to do is essentially set up a paradigm shift in how one can manage and celebrate the cycle, sustainable mode of transport right in the heart of this campus. So we're proposing beneath that biodiverse meadow a simple, a carbon-efficient concrete shell beneath which we can accommodate around about 80% of the bike requirements on site. So we've developed the notion of this cycle park. We're really excited that it could become quite an exemplary, innovative feature. On the next slide, we're looking at how one approaches via an accessible slope and a set of stairs, an expressed, elegant archway with, like I say, much reduced carbon impact than, say, putting this in a basement beneath the building, 3 times less carbon embodied. There's something that not only delivers the bike capacity beneath, but also delivers with the biodiversity and the amenity on top. So we're not sterilising any land here. We're cognizant of the fact that these courts work hard and need to work hard for use and activity. So within and beneath this cycle shell on the next slide, just to sort of reassure, we have a provision of a high degree of Sheffield cycle stands, double the provision of Sheffield cargo and accessible stands, near 10%, and then we have gas-powered two-tier stands down the middle, which meet with all the requisite requirements for spacing and safe use. But critically for us, the ability to have a safe, secure, well-lit, managed, controlled facility that doesn't take away anything from the surrounding landscape is really what's been driving our desire to set up this innovative feature. And lastly, from the landscape perspective, on the next slide, the topography lends itself to introduce amphitheatre-style seating to overlook what we see as a smallish event space where the community, the public could come together for screens, for exhibitions, for outdoor fitness, a range of activities that we see as complementary to the surrounding spaces within the overall Phase 2 campus and beyond.
Can I just ask how many more slides you've got?
2 more.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, this is just to bring you back to where we're looking at the multi-storey car park to the west of the site. And taking a quick detailed look at this, we've worked with the industry specialists to make this a highly efficient structure, minimizing ramps. And what that means is we can give more space back to the landscaped areas, which results in a softer approach to the campus as a whole, which you can see in the following image.
So is that you've completed? Lovely, thank you so much. Right, good. So thank you very much. And members, over to you. Right, Councillor Levine, Councillor Garvey, did you have your hand up? No, Councillor Khan and Councillor Porrer to begin with.
Could you switch yours? Thank you. Are all these buildings going to be in private ownership? Is there any NHS involvement here at all?
The Phase 2 land, similarly to the Phase 1 expansion land, is divided up into 2 ownerships. So we own 2/3 of the land, the commercial R&D, and the hospital has 1/3 of the land. So they have their own ability to facilitate clinical expansion in due course. Having said that, what's really exciting about 1000 Discovery Drive, and this just helps you imagine the future, when you hear phrases like Addenbrooke's 3, the top floor in our previous building that you approved for development, 1000 Discovery Drive, is going to be home to a new state-of-the-art histopathology unit. And what that means is that the existing facility, outdated within the old Addenbrooke's, they'll forgive us calling it that, can be moved out of that campus, upgraded, state-of-the-art, goes into the top floor of 1000 Discovery Drive and starts to free up the existing 1950s campus for the Addenbrooke's 3 vision. It's baby steps, as you know, but it's starting to fall into place. So there's more synergy than you might imagine when you look at the sort of the cold pictures.
So is the bit that you're enabling to be freed up, is that the 4V site?
No, the 4V is owned by the university. So this is in the heart of the existing, where A&E is and that big cluster in the middle.
Thank you. Councillor Levine, is that perfect?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So Councillor Khan and
the bike store it's very impressive. It must be it presumably will be one of the most expensive bike stores ever built, but very, very nice design. I'm only a bit concerned that you're wanting a green meadow area, and how you ensure that in droughts, and I remember the last summer, it was virtually completely dead, you will maintain the greenness on what must be rather a thin layer of soil above the store.
Two great questions, thank you. I'll deal with the first one because I have to pay the bills. And then John's going to talk to you about soil depth. So, great point. It looks expensive. It isn't, particularly in comparison if you start thinking about the alternatives. The alternatives would be a very unsustainable, carbon-heavy solution in basement bike parking, 3 times as much carbon as this, and actually, pound for pound, it's a little bit cheaper, believe it or not. So it's kind of a win-win situation. Thank you.
And yeah, in terms of the technical build-up, essentially we're threefold really. We're using green roof technology, so we're looking at a suitable substrate first and foremost of a suitable depth, whereby with a reservoir board on top of the roof, which will be waterproof, we have the ability to retain water within that substrate, but also the species mix. We're looking for a high species mix at about 26 species within this grass sward, which means it's not solely reliant on shallow rooting grasses. It's got a high degree of perennials whose roots will go down, anchor the soil, tap into the water. And that gives a fair degree of resilience. And with those elements, they give the ability to, within a varied flora, to respond to the challenges thrown at it, albeit in height of summer, the depth of winter. So we're confident that the species mix we've used already on 1,000 is applicable within the green roof environment of the cycle park. And I think probably one last thing I didn't mention was that gives us a biodiversity net gain on site of over 40%, which we're really proud to have achieved, given the constraints within the site.
To adjunct that question, as an adjunct to that question, can I just ask, will you have the ability to irrigate, to establish, even if you don't want to irrigate long term?
We do by nature within defects and post PC have the ability to provide irrigation for planting. We're not relying on that. The species mix won't rely on it. But we will have, in addition to the grey and rainwater harvesting within the building, as I mentioned within the central rain gardens, we're going to tap off water there, 10,000 litres, to provide a worst case backup tank within and beneath the landscape, should certain conditions arise. But like I said, the variability within the species we hope will provide that resilience.
Thank you. Councillor Porra.
Thank you very much. Yes, I was going to ask about the cycle park. I mean, it sounds like a very innovative thing. I think you have to be very careful it doesn't turn out to be a bunker. I mean, I'm thinking of St Matthew's Gardens in Cambridge. There's a car park that's under a lawn, but I wouldn't walk down those entrances at night on my own. And I think getting some female designers, so we've got one, it's important because safety at night, if that's not overlooked. If you design it like Duxford, where you've got the big glass, more so, but there is that risk that I think, would I want to go in there on my own at night in the dark? Possibly not. So I think there'll be a balance. I'm sure you're aware of it. And also, it sounds like a great place to sit. But if you look at Coldrops Yard in London, where they've got the seating down to the canal, that's all artificial grass because I think it just got destroyed. So again, the idea of seed and mix or something might not look as green, but if it's more robust, because I imagine everyone working there will be out sitting on it, which will be great. But actually, it's not just the climate, it'll be the people treading all over it. So I think it would need to be sustainable in that sense. This is a minor point, but you have a picture of a gym studio with see-through walls. I'm not sure if any of you have been to a gym class, but certainly, no offence, I'm not doing downward dog in my lunch hour, covered in sweat with my manager staring in. I think that's a lovely idea. Again, possibly you need to just think about nobody's going to use a gym studio that everyone can see directly into from the road. Well, certainly I'm not. I appreciate I'm not as young as fit as some people, but I think, again, just thinking those things through, it's easy to say, oh, what a great space, but would someone actually use that? I wouldn't. Some kind of shading might be appropriate. I noticed on the pictures the roads are all sort of just not segregated. I know that's slightly outside your red line, and we always talk about how we need more of a master planning approach to this area, but it would be good to see when you come back to committee how you are going to ensure that the car is not the priority, that we've got segregated cycle parking, and that if we are going to encourage this modal shift with your lovely park, we want people to be safe doing that. The only other thing I'd say, the buildings are quite bland. I'm so sorry, I don't wish to insult. If you look at 1000, you've got that quite colourful, I don't know what you call it, post thing sticking up. And if you look at there you go, one of those.
Call it rhubarb.
And the same with the Children's Hospital. There was this idea of playfulness was brought in with the colours. Whereas I look at those, you kind of think, well, that could be anywhere. And I just wonder if you could consider how you might brighten it up in some way. I mean, I'm not suggesting, rainbow. And again, with the dark colours we referenced earlier, one of the earlier committee things, the darker the things, the more heat you're going to be absorbing. And we had issues around wood cracking and things like that on other sites. So it'd just be interesting when you come back to know a bit more about that. And I suppose the ultimate question is, why do you need a multi-storey car park? And are you planning for succession, i.e. hopefully when your car use reduces, can it be realistically converted into either a usable building or a cycle park? Because, you know, we've got Cambridge South, that came through this morning, will be opening soon. You shouldn't need that many cars, I would hope. If you build it, they'll come. Whereas, so I'd be interested to just hear a bit more about that. Thank you.
And to add to that general point, you might want to consider where scooters might park, because they will come too. Councillor Bajent also had, sorry, did you want to answer those questions now, or do you want to come? Okay, I'll come to you in a moment, Councillor Bajent.
Okay, that's meaty observations, and thank you. No, I'll take him down to the tool shed afterwards and we'll get some articulation sorted on the buildings. But I take your point, but we're working hard on those facades to make them do a lot of things. The multi-storey car park is a kit of parts, so think of it as a bit of a Meccano box. So should that world come to pass, then you can imagine that we will be weaning customers off that as time goes by. So that's the expectation. And to be honest, we've weaned ourselves off as developers as well. As I made the point at the beginning, our expectations, you could say they were somewhat, again, saddled in the past. So there was a higher incidence of possible car parking. We delivered less and we're going to deliver less now. So we're on that journey with you. Great studies that we're doing on safety for our cycle park. We did a great field trip to Copenhagen. So we've learned lessons from there. We have an operation as a business in Amsterdam. These type of innovative features are there and they seem to work really well and nobody nicks the bikes. So it's really, really interesting. So we've got some good anecdotal and proper empirical evidence on that as well. So thank you. A lot of good points. Thank you. I don't know if
just
John
in terms of your point about personal comfort and safety, obviously as part of our application there'll be lighting strategy which will give definitely the safe lux levels externally en route, but also within. We want to celebrate that and make it as welcoming. There is a perforate facade proposed, so we allow air in and out, but also it's fob controlled in a sense and managed in that way. So you're only in there for a reason to retrieve your bike and exit safely. And if I could just cover the points with regard to the articulation of the facade. Obviously on 1000 Discovery Drive we have got that wonderful structural tree. We have actually got a structural V-shape prominently on the northeast corner where the building is cut back. So you've got that fantastic external entrance space. So it's enlivening that corner and the entry into the rain gardens and within the park. And just with regards to gym studio or more like a wellness space, obviously we probably wouldn't be a goldfish bowl, it would probably be more highly manifested. It's more a case of that there's a provision for something there that's actually for the people that are using the buildings, that there's something for everybody. So it doesn't necessarily need to be a gym studio, it's more something that's good for wellness. And it's activating the corner. So that's kind of probably the best points to make from that.
Could you also cover the colour? I know you were talking about the palette, and you wanted them to be cousins, the buildings, but in earlier presentations, members have pointed out that dark colours absorb more heat when we're trying to reduce heat accumulation in new buildings. That might be something to take into account. And the other one is, I just mentioned it briefly, but we won't have been here when we were talking about other applications. Electric scooters are part of the Mayor's transport strategy for Cambridge, and they will come, and unless you engage with them and agree with them where scooters will be parked, you will have them deciding for you. And you're making all this careful provision for cycle parking underground. It would be unfortunate if the surface spaces were then filled with e-scooters. So I think there needs to be an early engagement with them to discuss where the Voice scooter trial scooters might well go. And bear in mind, it's quite a long way from the new Cambridge railway station south to this part of the site. So people might well want to pick up a scooter from the railway station and scoot to here to make transport easier. So that's just a suggestion.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Apologise. Over to you.
Red's a very good colour. If I can encourage you to use red. It's quite amazing, isn't it, how innovative the business becomes when the parameters are increasing, and how it's almost as if you're wishing for everything to be good, and you're proving that to us by producing sort of forward-looking plans like this, and I'm really encouraged by that, I've got to admit. I think it's wonderful that we're looking at producing something that will be relevant for the future, that it won't be damaging the planet any more than it needs to, and I think that's absolutely great. Could I just mention a couple of points? Cars. If you try to leave the Addenbrooke site right at this moment, then you join a 30-minute traffic jam. I know how long it is because I cycle through it, and people are stuck in traffic. So encouraging more cars to come to the science parks or biomedical campuses, health science, whatever, yes, all these lovely places anyway, is not a good thing. The jam, getting in and out of there, is bad. And so we're against cars, most of the lot, great for certain purposes, but people should come by other means. So bear that one in mind. You know, there is a jam. There's only these two ways in and out, and it's jam. You're bringing in a potential 500 car, and I recognise you've gone down from 2,000. It's looking good. The second point about cars, can I suggest that you might think about how you might lay them on a flat space rather than put them in a high-rise building or a low-rise building? I know that space is important, but maybe you can do a deal with somebody to get a bit more space so you can put it on the flat, so that as cars get less used, you haven't got a medium low-rise building which was built as a car park. Just to think about that, I'm only thinking skylight. There's a station 5 minutes down the road. It's going to have 2 million plus visitors a year using that station. I just draw your attention to the fact that there is no current means to get from that station to this amazing centre for work and medicine and medical research. And that you might want to talk to other people that are involved in that and think about how you can encourage them to put in something, an infrastructure, that will actually allow the people to get to work without a real hassle and won't discourage them from using the train, but will encourage them from using the train. So that's a bit outside your direct script, but it is really part of the story that we're all trying to achieve. Thank you. It looks really exciting, and red is a very good colour.
Thank you, Councillor Bajan. Would you please turn off your microphone? Thank you very much. So, planning for repurposing the building and being aware of congestion on site, I'm sure you're aware of that. I'll just remind members, at one of the previous applications we've looked at today, we've agreed that we will be asking the Combined Authority and a whole load of other players to come to us as JDCC and to talk about the transport strategy for the biomedical campus, because we recognise it's important that people can get onto it and off it and around it and understand where they're going. Did you want to respond to those points about the car parking? Right, sure. Councillor Hawkins, and whose phone is ringing? Okay, Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Definitely looks exciting. One of my points has been made, but the other one sort of touches on the well-being point, I suppose. and I think I found this in some of the presentations we've had, there's a lot of, big buildings taking thousands of people to work, but there's nowhere for them to actually get their kids looked after. Because a lot of them will be young families. And they will have to drop the kid off somewhere, and then, they're looking at the time when they're going to pick them up, and, all that. Well-being family life is part of the well-being. So how will this area help those who will be in that category to enjoy well-being, not just a gym or something like that?
There are facilities on the site, well used and no doubt full. I'm pleased to say that we have been instrumental, because the other point that we should make is one of the other reasons this will be beautifully maintained from the day the builder walks off and in 10 years' time is that there is a single estate management company that looks after all of the green spaces up and down Francis Crick Avenue and along Dame Mary Archway. So there's a good set of eyes, ears and hands on that space to make it look and feel well. That same management company has enabled AstraZeneca to deliver a larger than anticipated childcare facility that's going to be coming into commission in the Hive building, I think it's called, that they're building. And that facility, we have encouraged them, and they are in fact doing, is going to be a campus-wide facility. It was just going to be for AZ employees. So now that we can see that continuing demand, it is going to be a campus-wide facility. Our own planning consent at the moment, the nuts and bolts that we have to work with at the moment, we don't have that facility to introduce additional childcare space. But it's not to say that future phases won't. I think they will. And I think the mood and the vibe is that developments will have to provide more of that in the future than perhaps we have done historically. So, yeah, there is a shortage, but it is being spread out more evenly across the campus. So, again, some steps to improve that experience.
The Hive building, as I recall, is down to the southwest of the site and includes restaurant and a whole load of other facilities for staff across the entire campus,
Yes,
doesn't it?
a Muga, cafe, restaurant facilities, some for AZ employees, some for wider campus users, and the childcare and creche facilities,
Comments when we talk about childcare, it just occurs to me that people bringing young children, preschool-age children, and people most likely to be using cars, you're not likely to want to bring them on manhandle on public transport. So any future facilities, you might be thinking how in the car parking space you have, there might be a correlation between that. That's just a thought.
I can't see any other questions, so Councillor Smith?
Can I just ask a question about materiality and the embedded carbon in the materials? There was a slide, but I couldn't really read it, make sense of it, and what you expect the building life to be. So that's that question. The other question is about market demand. I met Peter Kyle the other day, Shadow Minister for Science and Technology. He made reference to the acute shortage of lab space and the failure of town planning, or he said planning, not town planning, which really irritated me because we give planning consents for labs at every single meeting of this committee. So I just wanted to ask a question about Gove's vision for doubling the amount of lab space in Greater Cambridge. What is actually, and you are the experts, you are the resident experts in this because you're the biggest owners of labs in Greater Cambridge. What is your view on this future demand? Are we undersupplying the market? Should we be doing more as a planning authority to meet this demand? Exactly where do we sit with this? Because I'm seeing two things. I'm seeing us give consents to labs. I'm seeing consented sites not being built out. And I'm seeing applicants coming for more. So it's a confusing picture. Could you explain to me exactly what is going on? Thank you.
In addition, there are sites that have been built that are not let. So, yes, perhaps you could answer that question.
Wow, it's a dissertation in there, isn't it? I was at the same Labour East do that night as well. So it's a much bandied round term, isn't it, that we must build more. It isn't a bottomless pit of demand. We know that, and evidence shows that. Courtesy of the unravelling of DNA at the Wellcome Genome Campus in 2003, that's when the sector really took off. That was when the genie came out of the bottle. Coincidentally, that was when we actually signed our option agreement on this land and started promoting it through the 2006 local plan. We're blessed with being in the absolute bullseye of the best scheme in Cambridge, and you guys should be proud of being part of it as we are. It's the best scheme in Europe. It's 1, 2, or 3 best schemes in the world because of the science that goes on there and the interaction of that. I think that there are some fanciful, dare I say it, ideas out in the real estate industry that may not come to fruition because sectorally, those people are pretty smart. They know where they want to be. They want to be co-located with the clinicians. They want to be next door to and share ideas and accidentally knock over test tubes with other scientists. That's how it happens. I'm not sure there is as much oversupply as you might imagine at the moment, Councillor. There's always, a vacancy is very obvious, isn't it? Because you can see through it when the lights are on. It doesn't mean that there is no demand or it's not about to be let. So I'm confident that you have a good balance locally. I'm confident that you will use good judgment to make sure that the best schemes come forward and use that judgment to make sure that the best schemes are pushed forward. And dare I say it, this is perhaps first amongst equals, so it should be given ventilation and room to grow. Do I see it as popping up in every city around the country that every local mayor or every local authority wants? No, I don't. We know where it's going to happen, but I don't believe that the magician's hat is just a constant supply of rabbits that will just keep coming out.
So can I ask, what do you use as your evidence base for the need for R&D in lab space?
Local evidence, and we have blessed with a strong relationship with the university and the hospital and other stakeholders on site. So we know where they are going in terms of science, we know where their spin-outs are coming, and we know what technologies they are pursuing and which other organisations and industries would benefit from co-locating on the campus. So, for example, our newest customer that's come to 1000 Discovery Drive, who partnered with Pfizer in the discovery of the mRNA vaccine, that is absolutely the right place for them to come to because of the technologies and ideas that they can share with other users on site. So we're confident that we have the right product in the best location, appropriately priced for local, national and international businesses. I have absolutely no doubt about the credibility of the campus to continue to grow.
Thank you. Councillor Smith?
And then, materiality.
Materiality. Firstly, just to mention that we're using traditional materials. The aim is for embodied carbon is to be within 600 kilos per metre cubed, embodied carbon footprint. But also just to make you aware, obviously, that this is just a truly flexible building, a very versatile building that has to answer to meet the requirements of a laboratory. So therefore, vibration is very important. So obviously, trying to achieve a zero carbon building is very hard to work on a building such as this. So we've got a very truly flexible building that, so in years to come, it can change and be versatile. And the other thing is in terms of the age of the building's designed to 60 years in terms of its structure. We're using traditional materials, so it's less likely to parts to fall apart or fall off. So the building could last longer than that, but obviously that's what we designed to.
It's just now we're seeing 100-year buildings being brought forward at Science Park. So can't you equal that?
Potentially we could equal that. That's a very ballsy kind of statement to say that it would reach 100 years. I can imagine that it would last 100 years, but in terms of warrantying a building for 100 years would be quite tricky.
Members, thank you very much. We've had some really interesting presentations for us this afternoon. Thank you very much for answering all the questions that have been fired at you. And thank you very much, members, for your always interesting comments and thoughts and questions. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you all very much. I'm going to close the meeting now at 4:25. Thank you very much indeed.